go from here.
Apologies, that should now be the stream resumed. For anyone that's missed out, we're currently sitting watching the ladies' semi-final match-up between Summer Yardley and Heidi Crincan at the Giffnock Open Scottish Grass Courts Championships. In the chairs, Alwyn Roy, and Summer Yardley has just started the first service game pretty well. She's currently leading 40-30. And now onto our favourite ad side, where we were just discussing how effective this wide serve is for Summer on this side. I'm also joined by co-host Hallie Pringle, who is not playing today, has received a walkover in the ladies' doubles semi-final, but has now returned to the final, which she will contest tomorrow, hoping to go one better than last year's appearance with her partner Kirsty Robertson. Hallie, how are you today?
Yes, good, thanks. Just on the comms today.
So Hallie, you were saying you've not played either of these two girls, but you're saying you'd quite like to play Summer and you've got a good idea of her game. So can you tell me a little bit more about how Summer plays her tennis?
Yeah, I mean, she's very solid. It's good lefty. That serve is it's got a lot of shape on the ball. Uses her angles well, especially with a wide forehand. And yeah, I think she suits this surface. Ball doesn't really bounce too high up for the opponent.
Yeah, I certainly think that this surface probably plays into her hands a little bit as a lefty. She's obviously been out on the ITF circuit predominantly. I won't imagine she'll have played a massive amount of tennis on this surface, at least recently. Do you think that'll have an impact today, the kind of lack of match practice on the art?
Definitely.
Cool, perfect. Just here, just now. She's gone body quite a lot on this side the first game. Maybe wanting to create that space for the lefty forehand. If she goes tee, obviously that'll narrow Heidi up and put her in the centre of the court. Really good feel from Heidi there to give herself another chance to break point. Yeah, do you think that tee serve might be better used here? I mean, I think she's gone body almost every time so far.
Well, she gets such heavy spin on it, it'll swing away from Heidi if she uses it anyway. She's trying to swing it more into her body, I think.
And this is obviously the tougher side, so for Heidi to kind of win the points on. So had a couple of break points, not converted yet. Another body serve.
Oh, nice. She loves that combo, that out wide. Swing out wide down the line. She won a lot of points from that yesterday in the quarters.
Yeah, she was excellent on that ad side serving in the quarters against Newbury.
Especially on the wet surface, the ball just was not bouncing. So
a little bit drier today though, so maybe helpful for Crincan today. And there's that tee serve. I was thinking might be the play into that backhand. Just over on court 3, that's Barlow off to an early 2-1 lead in the other semi-final. Scottish favourite, last remaining Scottish player in the draw, Heather Barlow. Always one of the top players on the TS Open Tour, but particularly when we get to the outdoor summer season on the AstroTurf, Heather's a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, that's a break up as well.
Second serve here again on this side. to deuce. Really good third ball from Yardley there. Getting herself set in the centre of the court and then going back behind. On this surface, changing directions is a real challenge. I noticed that Heidi's opted for all court shoes today. I know that a number of the men's players have certainly been opting for the artificial grass preference of grass court shoes. I don't know what Yardley's wearing. I think she might be in all court shoes as well.
I think she's in all court, yeah. The grass shoes definitely helped when it was a bit slippy yesterday. Not sure how it is today.
Yeah, court's still maybe a little bit greasy. Not perfectly dry, is it? Yeah. Hold for Yardley there. That'll settle both the players, I would imagine, having a kind of competitive first game.
Long first game.
Yeah, well they're obviously at 1-love, and court 3 are through. They're into game 4 already. How do you feel about the chair umpire? Is that something you like having, Ali, or would you prefer to call your own lines? Obviously, £250 on the line here, so they'll want a fair game, the girls.
Yeah. So I think I like having a chair umpire, but I think I would prefer to call my own lines. So in the Bucks uni matches, I remember last year we had a chair umpire, but we were calling our own lines. So I think that was a good setup.
Yeah, so really just like an on-court court supervisor almost to overrule and mediate any disputes, but ultimately you were calling your own lines.
Yeah, because I think at this level and with how fast the players are hitting the ball, I think it is tough when you've only got 1 or 2 lines judges per court. So I think there is probably a few more errors than what there would be if people called their own lines.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose the counter to that is that it's a kind of more random timing of errors, where sometimes, as you'll know from playing competitive tennis, there can be a little bit of tactical timing of some bad line calls.
Definitely. And obviously there's a lot on the line, money and points-wise.
Yep, certainly £750 guaranteed for the winner of this match, so they'll be wanting to make sure that they get a hold of the prize money. Really good serve there from Heidi into the backhand.
Heidi's using her swing out wide.
Yeah, well that's the advantage the righty has against the lefty, is they can do the exact same thing back. And on this surface, that wide swinging serve is highly effective, as is the slice that you're seeing now.
Yeah, someone's using her slice well. Stays very low to the ground, which I think for this surface is good.
Yeah, it keeps you near the contact, doesn't it? There's not much coming up above your shoulder, so if players are getting down low, they're usually in a good position to take on the shot. Great return.
Is that break?
Yeah, that's the break.
2-0.
Not a particularly brilliant serving performance thus far from either player. Yardley, the more experienced of the two, managing to dig deep and find an early hold, which may prove important later in the set. And another double fault.
A lot of drop shots going on court 3.
Yeah, and I believe just there in court 3, that's Barlow just lost the lead, now going 3-2 down on serve. Love 30 on here though, big point, good time to make a first. Big hitting, looks committed, but slightly misfiring on that last backhand. I do like that tee serve though. I think Heidi's going to struggle to get that out of the centre of the court, and I think that's going to give Summer a lot of chances at forehand on ball 3. Didn't quite do enough with that one. Ended up kind of in a neutral position, but I do like that serve for her. Great 1-2. And that's men's first seed Hamish Stewart just arriving on site. He'll be contesting the men's singles semi-final on court 3 against Cameron Fryer, following Heather's match on there. And later in the evening, we'll be taking on myself in the doubles semi-final.
Heidi's doing really well at hitting the lines on every ball. Ball break.
Yeah, really good depth on that last ball from Heidi there. Nothing in this in the early stages. I don't think we've seen the highest quality tennis from these two so far. I think these guys have more to give here. It's been a little bit of a nervy start.
Yeah, I think they're both settling into the conditions. It looks pretty windy out there actually.
Yeah, it's probably hard to see that. Probably hard to see that on the stream, but there definitely is. It's quite a gusty breeze that's coming into play, and probably having an impact on that serve percentage for both players. Another nervy point. High return. Heidi's not really backed herself there on that forehand. I think she can be brave there. She's a capable young lady and has a great weapon on that side. Could probably take in control there. Another double fault there?
No, I think the ball came on.
It was a let. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
So you get with the wind here.
Yep. She got away with that one a little bit again on that forehand. Got the forehand central on that third ball of the rally, but didn't take control, and unfortunately managed to extract an unforced error anyway out of yard shot later. But I think if she wants to have a real impact here, she's going to have to start to take control from the centre of the court when she's got chances. There's no doubt what you'd be doing with that ball, Hallie, is there?
Put that forehand away.
I think the real positive for Heidi here is that, you know, even on her second serve, she's getting a lot of chances on that third ball. That's three points this game in a row where she's had a real chance to have a go at a third ball. And if she makes a first like that, it's not coming back, is it?
Yeah, Summer's not doing much with the returns, I don't think. Not yet.
That's Barlow just gone from leading 2-1 with the break against Wainwright to 4-2 down against the break on court 3. Quite like that variety though. I like the slice and then into the more aggressive shot.
Yeah.
Some confusion about the score.
Should that be 30 all?
I believe so. We just played to the ad side, didn't we? Or did she hit the ace at 15:30? And then that was 30 all point there.
Or was there not a point in between that? Oh, I'm not sure. I've lost track.
I think there might have been there was the point where she missed the error, the ace, and then this ball here. So that is 40-30, I believe. Those on YouTube will be able to rewind that back and have a look. I'm fairly certain that is 40-30, although Alwyn in the chair seems to have lost track of that at the moment. A little bit of discussion going on. The assistant lines judge is having a look. Yeah, and they've now agreed. 40-30 Heidi. Could have been an expensive error. Heidi with the game point now. A little bit of a delay. And this is what you're talking about with having the umpires. They're not always perfectly accurate. Owen's a very experienced lines judges.
She came straight from centre court.
Yeah, some of you may have seen her nearly getting tackled by Monfils early last week. And others might have seen her calling the lines in the Wimbledon final. So she is very, very experienced. But even with her in the chair, still sometimes it's hard. It's a hard job for a single umpire without a lines team. So you're not always going to have perfect decision making. Got to the right decision in the end on that one, but it's a bit of an impossible job really for a single lines judge in a chair. Barlow now trailing 2-5. Assistant referee Craig Smith just coming with snacks for the commentary team.
Getting treated well at this tournament.
You can tell that we're doubles players because we're tucking in to the sweets. Excellent drop shot. You might just see Heather chasing out the corner of your screen from Wainwright over there. Looks like the tables have really turned on Heather from the start of the match, where she looked like she might have the better of Wainwright. Yeah, valiant effort.
I think the wind's definitely carrying these balls quite a bit.
I watched yesterday a little bit of Heidi's match, and she did struggle receiving the lob in the wind. Just watched her nearly get hit by the ball at one point. It's certainly not easy out there, but maybe also not Heidi's preference to be moving back from the net. I'm not sure how much of a factor that is in her style of play. From what I've seen going forward and coming back to retrieve lobs and smashes.
Absolute ball machine though from the back. Everything's coming back.
Yeah, been very steady so far.
Yeah.
Looked good from where I was, but Heidi unhappy with the call. Lines judge far side, calling it in. That's part of the challenge of tennis, is we are out there calling our own lines, and you don't always see it perfectly.
Yeah.
Lines judge might have a difference of opinion. Just going to stats up for you for him to watch. All even on points. One so far after 5 games, but Yardley getting the better of the games and currently leading 3-2. On serve though, so that might change. That's Wainwright just secured the first set against Barlow, 6-2 on court number 3. So
quite a few breaks in that.
Yep. Ball's starting to slow up, which might not suit Barlow either. She'll want to be aggressive.
Yeah.
One thing Barlow does have on her side is she's a versatile player. She's good at the front of the court. She's got big weapons at the back of the court. She'll be able to make life tough for Wainwright, and might try and start to experiment a little bit with the style of play to try and dig her teeth into this second set. Another good serve from Heidi there. Important at love 15. Well constructed point there from Summer. Again, Heidi not quite managing to capitalise, maybe not doing quite enough with the approach, and then ending up getting lobbed again. Quite a difficult position on that particular lob that she did well to neutralise with the backhand drive volley, and ultimately managed to win the point. Still quite scrapping on here. Do you think that's a case of nerves still? Do you think they're both still a little bit anxious out there?
I think they're maybe settling into it a bit now. Summer seems to be a bit more aggressive. Just missed that one, but Heidi's been serving very well using that.
Yeah, the second serve has been highly effective. I feel like there's easy holds to be had out here if you can make a high percentage of first serves, and we saw that in the last Yardley service game, where she made a few first serves and got a hold to love. Heidi's serving herself into trouble again here with 2 back-to-back double faults from 30-15, but when she's making that serve, it's incredibly effective.
It is, yeah.
That's Saoirse Caves, former TS Open Tour leaderboard winner, just walking through the clubhouse.
Birthday girl.
Apparently her birthday as well.
Yeah.
There's a fun fact for you, celebrating her birthday by coming down to watch the ladies semi-finals here at Giffnock Tennis Club, a club that she played a lot of tennis at in her junior years. And again, struggling at the net a little bit there.
Quite a few unforced errors here.
And a warm welcome to Cameron Fryer as well, who's just walked into the clubhouse. Men's semi-finalist here. He's been dominating on the TS Open Tour this season. Some fantastic results. And recently dropped down a level to play at his local Montrose Open, where he secured both the singles and the doubles title. And that's the break coming on court number 2. Yardley got a little bit of daylight between herself and Heidi. Heidi's problems kind of constructed of her own doing there, although struck the hammer blow with that last forehand on the break point there, Yardley. But we know that Heidi's good enough to break serve. We've seen that already. She's been tested Yardley on 2 of her 3 service games, and looks very solid in the rally. And I think the real key for her is really just getting that first serve percentage up. Do you think there's anything else that she needs to do differently here?
I think if she's letting Summer come into the court quite a bit, at the start she was hitting the lines quite often, but she started to miss a few more balls now. I think she just needs to keep Summer back. I think she's playing very defensively.
Yeah, I think you can see Summer's confidence starting to build a little bit, Hallie.
Yeah, yeah.
And an excellent point there on court 3, just won by Heather Barlow at the net. Wainwright just one love ahead on serve in that second set and playing a really high level of tennis there. Wainwright in the red Nike dress, playing as Barlow in the blue, as you might catch them out the corner of your screen. And I like those kind of rallies for Heidi, to be honest. I know the variety and the slice is really effective on here from Yardley, but she does look like she can move Yardley around there and keep her on the back foot once she does get the ball out the centre of the court.
Yeah, definitely. Is she going to out wide? She's not using that out wide serve as much as I thought she would. She's trying to swing it into her body more.
Yeah, that's probably the first serve that's gone flat tee as well, isn't it? So she is using a lot of different variety on that side. And the young Callum McGinn has just joined us in the clubhouse again, waiting on his semi-final appearance against Adam Clooney later this afternoon, which will follow this match on court number 2. Callum's been on an excellent run thus far. He's won 3 matches in the main draw as a wild card, justifying his wild card in the main draw. And he will face Adam Clooney, who is on a 6-match winning streak from the first round of qualifying all the way to the semi-finals in the event.
So if you watch between every point Summer plays, she goes and touches the back fence with her racket. I think she's trying to slow down her opponent, but that's interesting. Little superstition there.
A great body serve.
So she touches the fence. Yep.
That's a great observation, that, Hallie. How important do you think routines are for a player on the court?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think it keeps you level-headed as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, I know I've got so many of my own. Trying to think.
Yeah, I'm not a particularly superstitious player or a player with a lot of routines.
Just go with the flow.
Go with the flow, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's really common. I mean, you see that at the top level. You know, the most famous probably being Rafa Nadal with his bottles and you know, the kind of routines before he serves with his headband and his hair and stuff. So you do see it at all levels. But I think the most important thing is the mental skills that people attach to those routines, the ability to reset.
Yeah.
You know, I quite regularly see juniors going out and doing a routine, but not actually able to put that routine to use. It really is that ability to reset before every point that Yardley is advantaged from here, and I think her experience here is probably helping her over Heidi a little bit. Yeah, into the rally there again, Heidi. Yeah, I think if she can get Yardley slicing and moving, she will have chances here.
That looks very breezy out there. I don't think I'd want to be playing singles in this weather.
Definitely picked up a little bit, hasn't it, the wind?
Yeah.
What do you think to the age dynamic of this match? Obviously, Yardley comes in off an accomplished college career, highly experienced. Both have good experience on the British Tour.
Yeah.
As I said at the start, Heidi has played the Masters and got all the way to the semi-finals of the British Tour Masters. But obviously still less experienced than Yardley. Do you think that the age factor, the experience will help Yardley, or do you think that she'll be a little bit nervous about playing a younger player that she's maybe expected to beat?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always a bit nerve-wracking when you know you're the favourite. And also as well, coming from experience, I don't really enjoy playing the younger players coming through because there's such a good pool of players coming through around Heidi's age and a bit younger now. I think there always is that pressure. But also, yeah, Summer's got a college career behind her, and I think as well there's so much pressure that comes with that. And she's obviously been playing all over the world. I think when you're travelling by yourself as well playing, like there's a lot at stake, and I think maybe the juniors haven't experienced quite all of that yet. So yeah, I think. Oh, one point there.
Yeah, you think that maybe advantages Yardley rather than disadvantages her then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's interesting. The girls, obviously, the strong girls maybe come through a little bit younger than they do in the men's side.
Yeah, definitely. But also, I think Heidi, there'll be pressure on her, different kind of pressure. Although she's not the favourite, she'll be. I mean, there's hardly anything in this match, and she'll be looking at results and things and thinking this girl's a lot older than me, a lot more experienced.
Yeah.
Obviously has a really good women's ITF ranking and things. So the fact she's still giving it all and competing, I think is pretty good.
Yeah, and she'll know that she's good enough to win this match.
Oh, absolutely.
She'll be under no illusion that she is a capable tennis player that can pressure a player of Yardley's standard.
I think to not get too intimidated and things, I think is a good skill to have. I think when you can just go on court and play who's in front of you.
That's almost freeing, isn't it? That she knows she's good enough, but there's no expectation for her to win. And now we're here at deuce. Another battle on the Yardley serves underway. This is the third of the service games that Yardley's played where she's been challenged. And to put into perspective how close these girls are, on the British Tour leaderboard at the moment, Yardley's currently sitting 29th, while Heidi is sitting only one place behind in 30th. So whoever wins this match will sneak ahead in the overall standings in that race for the British Tour Masters this year. Heather doing well on court. On court number 3, looks like she's settling into this set. I believe she's up in her service game at the moment, trailing 2-1 in the second set. The winners of these matches will obviously meet in tomorrow's final. So worth keeping an eye on that one, and I'll try to keep you updated as that match progresses. How do you feel the tournament this year has been affected on the men's side, Hallie, by the lack of entry from Jed Alexander and the withdrawal of Marcus Walters, last year's finalists?
Yeah.
Do you think that'll have instilled some belief in the 4 semi-finalists that this tournament is winnable, given that neither of the finalists have returned from last year's event?
Definitely. They weren't. Maybe they're intimidated by all these juniors, these juniors coming through and overtaking them. But
yeah, certainly with the performances of young Callum McGinn, who stretched Jed Alexander in a recent TS Open Tour event, showing his class in this event as well. There's no guarantee that either of those players would have been back in the final this year, but obviously a shame to be missing 2 of last year's best competitors. good slice. That's Heidi got in control of the rally. Oh, that's a great shot down the line. Yardley maybe hoping for a call from Alwyn, but wasn't coming. Definitely in that one, catching the outside edge. And those are the kind of exchanges I really like for Heidi. Once she gets Summer kind of slicing a ball outside that middle third of the court, she looks like she's in control of the point almost every time. Barlow just gone down a break on court 3, unfortunately. Wainwright leading 3-1. And a break point on here as well for Heidi Kunkan. I do like the slice on this surface. I would like to see it used a little bit more positively from Yardley. She seems to be using it primarily to kind of push the ball into the centre of the court and hoping that Kunkan can miss, rather than using it maybe a little bit more proactively. She's obviously very skillful in the chopper grip, and I think that shows from some of the stuff she's done so far in the match. But I think the kind of neutral trading stuff has been less effective for her. Was it a consideration for you to go to America, like Summer did, when you went looking at university tennis, or potentially what you were going to do your tennis after juniors?
I don't know. I think when I was a junior, I don't know. I considered America maybe when I was a bit younger, but then when I did my A-levels and stuff and was finishing school, I think I was pretty set on staying UK. Because I think since I've gone to uni, I've improved a lot, and I didn't think I was quite a level of like for going to a good school in America. Yeah, I don't know. I think everyone just has such a different experience. You hear some people have like great experience. You hear some horror stories.
So I'll just come back to that in a minute. I believe that's just a ball change after 7 games. So I believe we're using new balls at 7 and 9, which I wasn't aware of actually. But new balls at 7 and 9, so that's another factor to consider here. Maybe make the match a bit faster again, as I thought it was going to slow up. As up until this point in the tournament, we've been using new balls for third sets, but continuing to play with the same balls for the duration of the sets. And a great serve using that new ball to full advantage there, with a serve that must have exceeded 100 miles an hour. Wide, a little bit of wind assist there as well, I think, really whipping it away from Yardley. And I thought that was 2 in a row.
Yeah,
just long. Sorry, Hallie, you were saying about your experience playing Bucks and what led you to play Bucks after junior tennis. Bucks, for anybody listening who isn't aware, is the British University College sports system that exists in the UK. Very similar to the NCAA in America, obviously less funding and less financial reward available from Bucks. However, still some excellent players coming through the Bucks tennis system in the last few years, including Maya Lumsden and Johnny O'Mara, who both attend the university where you are currently enrolled, Hallie?
Yeah. Big names to live up to.
Well, you'll be filling my shoes these days. She played #1 singles, as do you now, for the University of Stirling.
Yeah. Maybe not quite the same level, but trying my best. Yeah, so I think I was pretty set on UK. I applied to just all the Tennessee unis. But also I came during COVID, so there's actually no tennis. There was no box matches during my first year. Yeah, so I've got 1 more year to make up for that one.
Interesting what you're saying about belief in the level type stuff. There's a number of players here who are Bucks players who have been massively successful throughout the singles draw. Yeah. Obviously Hamish coming from an NCAA background in the semi-finals, but Adam Clooney and Cameron Fryer both attending the University of Stirling, and Callum McGinn at school hopeful to attend the University of Stirling in the future. So on the men's side, plenty of positive recognition for British university tennis. On the ladies' side, I believe Heather Barlow is the only player on court that is a Bucks player.
Yeah.
She currently represents University of Edinburgh, and has also represented the University of Stirling in the past. So it's definitely an option for players wanting to kind of improve their level and keep playing tennis past the age of 17, 18.
Absolutely. A lot of opportunities, definitely. You get a lot of players who have gone to the States as well and done their 4 years and come to the UK to play Bucks to maybe do a Masters or part-time Masters, just to continue their uni playing career. Yeah, so you get quite a few players doing that.
Yeah, I wonder what Heidi will be considering going forward. She's obviously now 17. She'll be looking at her options of whether she wants to continue playing or not, and if she does, I'm sure she'll be considering NCAA options, Bucks options, and maybe full-time options as well, or other options like coaching and playing, which are out there and available to players that want to keep playing past juniors. That's assistant referee and tournament director just tucking into the complimentary snacks that are available primarily for players, but also for our officiating team on site.
And for commentators now.
And also commentators, apparently. 4-all here. The other match progressing rather quickly now, as Heather Barlow now trails 6-2, 4-1. Playing at a far more rapid speed than this match, which is a real tussle. Only 8 games played, compared with and I'll test my maths out here, 13 games on court 3. Hallie questioning my maths there off the mic, but turns out that I am right.
My own maths.
What is it you're studying again, Hallie? Not mathematics,
not
is
maths.
it? No. What is your degree in, Hallie?
It is sports studies. So not too much maths in that, thank God.
And I think that's one of the real advantages to the university system. Not only is it providing free training or subsidised training for numerous players across the country, but at the end of that, the player is coming away with a really quality degree that will see them well, whether they choose to pursue tennis following university or not. And you know, anybody that's enthusiastic about tennis will know the financial challenges that lie with playing professionally. Even for those that do climb the rankings, it's an incredibly expensive endeavour.
Sport, yeah.
And from there, often, even after a successful professional career, do require to find another career, another vocation after after tennis, so really sets them up well, and you can see that now with people that have came through the system like Colin Fleming, who have played at a professional level at the top of the game, who's a former Giffnock representative, has played for the first team here at Giffnock, but also the Davis Cup team. Stirling University graduate, and he's gone on to be a commentator, a coach, and various other roles, which has been supported by his education that he received through playing tennis. Big point here, double break point. Oh, and the net card gives her the break. How do you think Yardley will respond to that? New balls, losing both games fairly convincingly.
Well, she's going to have to stay pretty solid here. But also, Heidi might get a bit tight serving for it now. Seeing quite a few double faults.
Yeah, she's not been totally convincing behind her serve here, except for that last game, Heidi. Although maybe the fresh ball's helping her out a little bit.
Yeah.
Knowing that she doesn't need to do as much to have an effective serve with a fresh ball might be helping her. Whereas perhaps with the slightly deader ball that had been used for a few games was forcing the issue a little bit and not making enough percentage. Barlow hanging in on court number 3. Trails 4-2, but just won the last point. Looks like she's hunting the break on there. That's a great start.
Putting the pressure on early. Oh, Heather back to 4-3.
Digging her heels in. Yardley doing the fence touch that you're looking for there, and then fiddling with her strings, which she does when she's under a little bit more time pressure. Taking her time there, maybe just disturbing the rhythm of Heidi slightly. Doesn't have any effect whatsoever though, as Heidi delivers her second ace in a row.
Nice shot.
I missed that point on court 2 there, Hallie. I was distracted by a really high level point on court 3 to open the Barlow service game, where she's just gone love 15, all controlling the point for most of the rally.
So a bit like inside out winner from Summer.
Keeps her in the game, keeps her in the set. Just losing control of that slightly. Having a quiet word with herself at the back fence there, that'll be slightly off screen, but slightly frustrated by the outcome of the last couple of points. Unsurprisingly. So, Hallie, what are your thoughts on that set, looking back at it now?
High level there. I think external factors definitely affected both players. Like the wind does not look too good. Quite a few unforced errors, I think, towards the end as well.
Yeah, the new balls certainly really changed the makeup of that after 7 games, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
The new balls really changed the makeup of that set, with Yardley losing the 3 games that followed, and the serving quality of Kunkan really going up massively with the new balls. I thought she was really struggling to make enough first serves with the first few service games, but those last 2 were really convincing.
Very, yeah. I think her first serve is very, very good. I think if she can do a tiny bit more with her second serve, it's going to be very hard to break the service game.
And that's the men's players just going on for their warm-up, heading out onto court. Barlow securing another point on court number 3. So Yardley's just taking a toilet break. I imagine there's some level of tactical use of that there. Although she has been on there for about an hour now.
Yeah.
So just over an hour actually. So unsurprising that she's taking the break. Do you think that'll change things at the start of this set? Do you think she'll be able to reset? She's obviously very experienced and pretty mature player.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think it just depends how Heidi responds to the changes in momentum and stuff, and whether she maybe even backs off, relaxes a bit now. I know I do that sometimes. If I've played a tough set, I think at the start of the second, if I've won it at the start of the second one, I think I relax a bit too much. So I think she needs to keep focused here.
That's Yardley just been accompanied back to the tennis court by the supervisor, by the court official. Heidi watch before Yardley's even on court, walking back to retrieve the balls to start the next set. Yeah, I certainly think that sometimes can happen. The other thing that can always happen as well is if you can get yourself on top early in that second set. Having just snuck the first, you can sometimes get on top a little bit, and that can really make a difference in just crushing the other person's belief almost that they can get back into the match.
Yeah, the pressure applied.
And sometimes they can go away a little bit. Unforced error from Barlow. Back to 4-all. Unforced error on the first point, giving Wainwright a 15-love lead. Quality of tennis on there looking unbelievably high. Right, here we go. First point, Hallie. First point on court 2. Important to set the tone. And she does. That's a brilliant start. And that's what I was saying at the start of the match. I felt like she was maybe overusing the body serve a little bit on that side. And I thought the T serve might be more effective. Barlow with a massive forehand winner on court 3. And one of those interesting dynamics unfolding on court 5 right now. Obviously, the 4 men's semi-finalists having to share one practice court at the same time slot. So you got Hamish Stewart there warming up with Callum McGinn on one half, and then Cam Fryer warming up on the other with Adam Clooney.
4 Scots.
four Scots in the semi-finals indeed, but interesting having to share the court with your opponent. So Clooney and Callum currently on the same side, and Cam and Hamish the same. So certainly one of those little quirks of tennis, you know, where you're warming up right next to your opponent, who you're going to be out there battling with potentially for a couple of hours in only half an hour's time or so. 15 all here. And a stupendous serve there on court 3 from Wainwright, who just saves the break point against Barlow to keep it at 4-all deuce. Really good smash there from Yardley. Well set up with a nice volley. Do you think she's underused the opportunity to come to the net? Is she sitting a little bit neutral and slapping away from the back rather than hitting one and getting in behind it?
Yeah, I think she could be using that a bit more. I think Heidi's defending quite well though, as well. I think she defended well on that point.
Yardley, a world-ranked doubles player though, obviously, you know, experienced county week player as well, and I'm sure she'll be off playing county week next week. For her county, but you know, she's obviously got skills at the net. She's a very good volleyer, and I saw a lot of her at the net yesterday. I was really impressed. We've not seen a whole lot of it yet today.
No.
And that was a really brilliant serve by Yardley there inside the line that's been called wide. I mean, it wasn't really even close to being out. I don't even know if the ball touched the line, to be honest. It's not even so much about the call that's given the double fault now, though. It's really about how is Yardley going to respond to the challenge of the break point on the first game of the set. She looks dejected, and you might have noticed there she didn't actually go and touch the back fence. She doesn't. She doesn't look like she's reset at all here.
No. This is when the routine comes in handy.
And this is probably when you're saying you would rather be calling your own lines really with the insistence, because there's no way that Heidi's going to call that ball out, and that ball's been called in, and I believe that was wide as well.
I think that might have just been wide as well.
So maybe 1-all, but that's what we were talking about earlier with the challenge of playing with umpires and lines judges, as they get it wrong too.
They do.
And potentially 2 mistakes there, evening themselves out, but the emotional tension of that and the stress that creates can have a large impact, and it's really more about how these 2 players respond to those line calls. It's unlikely that any one line call in a best of 3 set match is going to change the outcome, but how the player responds very well might.
Absolutely. Court 3, 5-4.
And stress written across Yardley's face there. Wainwright just getting the hold, having face break points on court 3. Yardley taking her time here though, coming to the back fence and then going to retrieve the ball. A very experienced move that to just slow down the pace of play here while she's under a little bit of pressure. How good's that wide serve, Hallie?
That is a very good serve. She's used that. When she uses that, it's pretty good.
Stands quite narrow on the ad side. Sometimes you see the lefties drifting out a little bit further left to really exaggerate the level of whip and width they can get on that serve. Do you think that she could do that a little bit here, given the greasiness of the courts?
Yeah, maybe. I haven't noticed that actually.
I think especially when she's not really used that T1, she's only used that T1 once. So it's not a huge advantage to give up to make that serve more difficult, because she really is just using it as a change-up play. It's not a primary pattern for her.
Yeah.
So maybe giving herself a chance to get the ball more across the body on that body serve. Oh, and a big strike. More across the body on the body serve and even wider on the wide serve could prove advantageous to her by taking that step, maybe one more step to the left side of the court on the ad side serving. Oh, and just talking so positively about her volleying, and then a disappointing one there for her. That's got nothing to do with her ability, that's everything to do with the situation she finds herself in, break point down. A really well constructed point and a shot you'd expect her to make given the level that she plays at, but nerves maybe getting the better of her there on that volley. And that's just one love to Heidi over there with the break. Heather just missing wide on court number 3. Slightly more extended rallies with more baseline hitting going on court 3 than on court number 2, which is predominantly revolved around the serve. There's been a little bit more slicing. A lot of big baseline hitting from Wainwright and Barlow. Yardley will have to draw on that experience now. Can she reset? Wainwright hustling, Barlow with a drop shot, misses it. Can't have been by more than an inch on court 3. And I think that brings us back to deuce.
Oh, great serve.
Can still not lost a game since the ball change. A phenomenal passing shot from Wainwright on court 3 to bring up match point. Barlow with the lefty serve on the ad side though, so always tough to win these points for Wainwright. And that's match. Heather, yeah, really high standard. Really high standard out there on court number 3. Perhaps the more exciting of the two contests so far in terms of watching, but more tactical battle perhaps taking place on court 2. Some fantastic tennis from both players, and Maya Wainwright, is it Mia or Maya?
I think it's Mia.
Mia Wainwright coming out on top in that one, and we will see her in tomorrow's final. So that court will lie empty for a further 15 minutes while Hamish and Cameron complete their warm-up, not before 4:30 start time, and the girls will continue to battle it out on court 2. She really has started serving a lot better, hasn't she, the last 3 or 4 service games?
Very flat. A height will be helping her there.
Good surface to serve big on.
Absolutely. I would know, of course.
Backs that brilliant serve up though with a double fault. Phenomenal backhand.
Nice. Great shot.
Just watching there, I don't know what you think, but my feeling is that Heidi's quite reliant on her height for her serve. She's doesn't massively get up to it with her legs and drive. There's definitely
need to.
Yeah, but there's probably more to get from that. I think if she wants to play beyond this level, I think that's a real area that she'll have to develop. She's obviously a tall player.
Yeah.
And a young player as well. So as she gets stronger, if she can look to use those legs and drive up to the ball more, she'll just increase the height of that contact point, and she'll be able to get so many more free points because she's obviously got a reasonably fast arm, and she's a tall girl. So I think if she could develop that a little bit, I think that would benefit her, don't you, Hallie?
I think, yeah. Oh, fine.
Let's see where the next change manager gets. Set of one.
Fantastic from Yardley.
Yeah, that was good play getting back into the net.
A little bit more of an extended rally there with more topspin as well from Yardley, less slicing and a bit more positive in her demeanour and her approach to the point. Starting to look a little bit more perky after looking fairly frustrated with the tail end of the last set and the start of this, understandably. Obviously a lot of work here to do for Yardley to come back into this. I did notice that she kind of finished her last three of her last 4 British Tour events with a retirement or a walkover. Do you know if she's carrying any kind of injury problems at the moment that might be hampering her, that could pose an issue? Obviously she's got to win 2 sets here and could take another couple of hours.
Yeah.
Is she ready for that physically, do we think?
I think so. I mean, she's not. I think in her first match she was holding her back a bit. after she was serving. So maybe she's, I don't know, she might have a bit of a bad back, but since then I've not noticed.
She's looked very, very physically ready today from what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
It's not been a physical problem. Maybe a little bit just dealing with the nerves and dealing with the big moments that I've seen. But
I think both players have been moving really well.
yeah, certainly, especially after yesterday. I know that Heidi wasn't particularly happy with the conditions of play yesterday underfoot, and she was struggling to move a little bit on the court because yesterday there had been a little bit of drizzle, and she looked like she wasn't quite prepared for that. Again, the shoes probably playing into that a little bit, but also, as we're saying, probably an unfamiliar surface for these guys out here in the ladies' draw, where we've got three English players, where the surface isn't typically used at this kind of level, compared with the men's draw, where we've got Scottish players predominantly in the semi-finals. What did I miss on there? I feel like something happened. What was
it? I think was the serve called out?
Unhappy with a line call, Yardley perhaps?
So, yeah.
Having just earned the break back, going love 15 down to what she feels is maybe not the best line call is going to be starting to grate on her a little bit, I think. Nice slice, neutralise the point.
She's missed that approach shot a few times when she's had the open court.
Yeah, and she set up with that effective serve. It was a nice neutralising slice, but Yardley definitely good enough to take advantage of that more times than not, I would have thought.
Oh, great touch.
And that's a great approach, followed by a great closing volley. That will really steady her at love 30 there, moving her at 15-30. Great wide serve, brings her back to 30 all. Body language of neither player particularly positive at this point in the match. Oh, slipping. Was the shoes again. Not quite got the grip and purchase.
Need the grass shoes on.
Yeah, the players were notified of that in the fact sheet for the event, so they should be aware that that was the recommendation of the tournament. Some choosing not to, some prefer the clay court shoes, which give slightly less grip, but still probably enough grip to play good tennis when the conditions are like this. But a few players in those hard court shoes that really just don't give you enough traction, especially if you've been using them all summer across the British Tour and they're starting to smooth out on the bottom. Really difficult to use your athleticism and load your weight if you're in those shoes. Great shot down the line. What are your thoughts on the rackets that these guys are using? I've noticed I've been doing the stringing for the tournament throughout the week, and I've noticed a lot of players using these Yonex E-zones. to good effect throughout the event. What are your thoughts on the equipment that guys are using out there? Have you tried out the E zones that's been pretty popular?
I haven't. Every player seems to be coming out with these E zones now. So is Heidi using an aero?
I believe Heidi's using an aero, maybe a slightly older model.
Right. So I actually used the aero until I was 18, and that was the only racket I used in my junior. When I was playing when I was a junior, and then discovered the blade. And I think, I mean, you can always tell when a player should be using an aero. It's all the spinny, the angles. I think quite a few lefties use.
Quite like it, yeah.
Like it, yeah. But I think I'm blade through and through.
Yeah, the rackets of choice look like they're quite power heavy from the players. And I think on this surface that probably is good because you're getting the extra pop and you get a lot of reward for the extra pop. Maybe not quite as easy to volley with those rackets though, and that's maybe why we're seeing players that are more based on the baseline, whereas if they could come forward, that could be a huge advantage today. And I've noticed that there hasn't been a massive amount of net play. Yardley starting to come forward a little bit more, a couple of really good volleys in the last few games, but I do wonder if with those bigger head sizes and slightly more powerful rackets that have a little bit less feel, if it's very tough to play in that way, maybe they would be aided by a racket like the blade, which gives a little bit more feel.
Yeah, a bit more. Yeah. This feels a bit sturdier, I think.
You're obviously a player with a lot of power in your game, and perhaps get that for free, given your style anyway. Although both these players look like they can generate plenty of pop themselves, so. And another double fault there, no real leg drive at all.
You're getting up to that ball a bit more.
From Kern Can. Heidi also crouching down there, not sure if she's feeling a little bit sore as well after the slip. I noticed that of her last 10 British Tour events, she's also retired or withdrawn from 5 of them.
Oh, really?
So again, maybe not in the best condition. She's obviously played a lot of tennis this week, having played 3 rounds prior to this, I believe, and playing in the doubles event.
Yes.
And coming straight off the back of another few British Tour events prior to this. So I'm not sure if that perhaps playing a part if this match goes the distance and Yardley manages to get this set, if the physicality will be perhaps a challenge for Heidi as well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think with the way they're playing as well, they are actually having quite long rallies.
Yeah, well, you can see just from the length of the match compared to the match on court 2, compared with court 3, it's a lot slower progress on here. Certainly will be no complaints from Mia Wainwright about this match continuing to go on though. Obviously getting out off the court in under 80 minutes and these guys still battling away 90 minutes in with no real progress towards the end of the match.
Was that a drop shot from the serve there? The wind's really not helping.
No, you can really see it blowing across the sponsors' K-Foam banner at the back. Once again, very thankful to K-Foam for the level of support that they give this event financially. It's one of the premier events of the year. It's the highest level of domestic event that takes place in Scotland, the Scottish Grass Court Championships, and it wouldn't be possible to run this quality of event without the support of K-Foam. Great serve, no return made.
Back to 2-all.
Looks like the scoreboard may have become slightly delayed. Scoring being done by Alwyn in the chair. That just coming from the tournament referee reporting that to the tournament director that we have lost the score. But we'll try to keep you up to date as we follow along. Heating up here in the clubhouse a little bit now. Plenty of players down supporting the two on court. A number of our members now down watching as well, excited for the tennis. A couple have got an early finish on a Friday, clearly snuck away from work.
Always gets a big crowd this tournament.
One of the club's young promising juniors, Holly McIntosh, watching on from the side, another lefty who I'm sure will be excited watching Summer Yardley play high standard left-handed tennis on court number 2. I also believe that a number of the players in the tournament have very kindly offered their time as a thanks to the tournament director and the club, and have offered half an hour to hit with some of the top juniors at the club, which will be graciously appreciated by them. Yeah, I believe that brings us to juice now. Sorry, apologies, that was 40-15. So, tournament directors, the tournament referee has just headed on to see Alwyn to see if we can get the score sorted. Obviously, the score being recorded live from Alwyn's refereeing tablet. So Jason has just provided the umpire with appropriate equipment to charge the tablet which is recording the score, which I believe has lost power. Score now at 3-2 to Yardley. Score at 3-2 Yardley.
Oh no, 3-2 other way, 3-2 Heidi. Oh.
Not sure if the actual physical scoreboard on the court is correct either.
Yeah, they've put it.
I believe Yardley leads 3-2 in the second set, although the scoreboard does say 3-2 to Concan. I believe Yardley and Concan both just commenting on that there. The match here has been going on now for over an hour and a half, well over an hour and a half, and McGinn and Clooney both on site watching, trying to work out whether to warm up, get ready, and what condition they need to keep themselves in to be ready to play, because this match could be done in 10 minutes, but it could be another hour and 10 minutes before we get to the end of play here. A little bit more certainty for Hamish and Cameron. And Hamish and Cameron Fry are just being informed that they will be on court in 10 minutes to start that contest. Apologies for the little break there. Just trying to get the tech sorted with Jason. I believe that's us just now hit the 9-game mark, and the fresh balls coming out again. Obviously, last set that had a huge impact.
Yes, it did for Heidi's serve.
Heidi will probably be feeling quite good about this. Summer Yardley, perhaps not. And the first of Heidi, and the scoreboard now up to date to reflect the score at love 15. Is that updating? Can't be great.
Maybe 30, 40?
Yeah,
Do you think about that?
Yeah, I think certainly for Yardley. I think for Kunkan, I think it's definitely came up since those first few service games of that first set, which were low on the first serve percentage. I think she's definitely improved her first serve percentage, but Yardley not managing to do the same and finding herself in a little bit of bother. Only 40-30 here, but let off the hook a little bit with that second serve return on the last point from Heidi.
See the wind carrying that ball so much. That was great.
In the wind.
Yeah. Oh.
Hardly knows that was in as well, but has apologised. It appears that they've agreed to play to the calls of the service, where maybe the returner has
That definitely helps travelling.
to fund a couple of weeks away in Europe or Africa or Asia, playing some professional events to try and improve on her current ITF ranking.
Yeah. I think also Yardley, she'll have played more events where there's money involved. I think some of the juniors coming through, they're maybe starting to play these events now, especially on the Scottish, the TS Tour. I don't think money will be, or will have been, such a factor for the juniors coming through just yet, but they're obviously starting to play these events now. So yeah, I don't think it might not be on Heidi's mind as much.
Win here against the number one seed.
Yeah, absolutely.
all. Scoreboard looks like it might be updating now, if a little delayed.
Yeah, just about.
You know, I sat and commentated yesterday with Mark Openshaw, club's head coach here at Giffnock Tennis Club, and the one thing that stood out that really separated Hamish Stewart from Saigon Dapali was his ability to do the simple things well. It often wasn't the amazing shots that were different, it was the ability to play high percentage serves, high percentage returns, and do the simple stuff to a really high standard that was the difference between the two players. And I think that's good for Heidi to keep in mind here as well, is that her 7 out of 10 game here could be good enough to win this match, and is certainly good enough to put herself in a position. So yeah, doesn't need to overplay with drop shot returns like she did the last time on this side.
Oh, great shot.
another thing to consider here is will Kunkan and Yardley have played many full third sets. Kunkan's obviously a junior coming through. Will have played a lot of tournaments where it's 2 sets and a match tiebreak.
True.
Yardley primarily playing in the qualifying events at the ITF level, which again is a match tiebreak, and neither of them really, I would imagine, will have played a massive amount of third set tennis.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, in these Brit Tour events, they're mostly always full thirds, so depending on how many of these events they've played, I don't think physicality will be an issue. I think with these it's more maintaining focus for that long. I think especially with the juniors, I think they maybe struggle with that a bit more. Having to focus for that length of time.
Great pass there, huh?
That was a very good shot.
Great setup to come to the net, but then not quite doing enough, Yardley. And for anybody else that's wanting to watch some more high quality tennis today, following on from the Giffnock Open, I'm sure any Scots watching would be excited to tune into the James McKinley-Liam Hignett match at the ATP Challenger event in Spain that they're competing in. They took out second seeds yesterday in a match. First seeds in a match tie-break yesterday, which will probably be a career best win for both players. And move on to the semi-final stage today. So if anybody wants to do that, you'll be able to catch that on the ATP website, probably on their streaming services. McKinley, a former champion here himself at the Giffnock Open.
Yes. Don't think Liam's played this yet. Maybe next year.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be one that he'll want to get in his calendar, because he, like Yardley, is off playing those ITF events, and there is a large expense to that. And you know, the support that the players get here to limit the cost, and the prize money they're provided with is
Very
top
good,
class.
Yeah.
Just some slight issues at the bar. Not sure if it's regarding ID or payment, but you might be hearing some stuff in the background. Apologies for that. Yardley securing the first game. Heather Barlow still in good spirits despite her semi-final defeat. She put up a great account of herself and was really close in both sets. Chances in both sets to take it, but not quite getting there. Heather's just came to join us. Heather, how do you feel about your match today?
Yeah, it was a good match. She played very well, very solid. Didn't really give me a chance to work my way into it, but yeah, she was good. First serve wasn't really there, but
everything else pretty good.
Yeah, just trying to decide whether to get the chili con carne or the pasta of the day.
and you'll be fortunate not to be paying for that, right? That's included in your entry as a seeded player.
Yeah, it's always a bonus.
Unseeded.
An unseeded player.
Unseeded, yeah.
Even treat the unseeded players really well here. So, how do you feel about the Giffnock Open event in general, Heather?
It's really good. Obviously, they try and make sure that they can support the players as much as possible with the vouchers and making sure they've got money for accommodation, etc. So yeah, really good.
And a local event for you, so that's
very
enticing
local,
too.
2 minutes down the road. It's always handy.
The TS Open Tour in general, obviously playing a big part in your year. You're playing a number of events and always typically very successful. How helpful is that for you as a student and motivating you to keep on playing tennis and keep getting better when there's so many events in the central belt of Scotland?
Yeah, it's really helpful. I think at this kind of stage where you're out of juniors and then just kind of moving into the senior events, it's really helpful to have that kind of support throughout your career. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's been brilliant catching up with you, Heather, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the tennis. Have you got doubles later on today?
No, I don't.
No longer
Not in
competing
the
in doubles?
Yeah, not in the doubles this year, but.
Well, I'm sure the tournament will be looking forward to having you back in the future. And well done again today, Heather.
Thank you very
Thanks for
much.
joining us on the commentary.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we move to the business end of this set, or the business end of this match even. Really nice of Heather to come and join us there. Hallie, you obviously compete against Heather throughout the year. What makes her game stand out, and what gives her the success at this kind of level that we know we get from her almost every week at these tournaments, especially on the outdoor artificial clay and artificial grass surfaces?
Yeah, so I think she's obviously lefty, uses her angles very, very well. I think she's very naturally, like she's able to adapt to most people's game styles, which I think is obviously a great skill to have. She she gets everything back. She can also be very aggressive when needed. So yeah, I think she's very adaptable as a tennis player.
I think that stood out today. She really found ways to get into that match against Mia Wainwright, when she was in some difficult situations, and was able to both shorten the rallies and come forward, but also lengthen them and strike it out the middle of the strings from the back. So yeah, that well-rounded game style has been super important for her for having success in the TS Open Tour this year. This, I believe, is Summer Yardley's first ever TS Open Tour event, Hallie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not a first appearance for Heidi, though. Heidi finished 13th in the leaderboard last year, just 6 places behind yourself, I believe.
Oh, nice.
So,
nice.
So she'll be no stranger to the TS Open Tour and the excellent financial opportunities for players available in Scotland.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Summer will be making a comeback to the TS Tour. Now that she's seen the money, and well, just the overall treatment of the players, I think is very, very good.
Yeah, it's a really high standard of event, and I would say typically better than they will receive anywhere else in the country for similar standards of event.
And she said she likes the scenery here. Said it's pretty, so.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to having her back if she wants to come, because she's been a delight to have at the tournament, and certainly been putting on some enjoyable tennis for the members and supporters today. Unhappy with that service line call as well, I think. That one was pretty tight. I couldn't tell from here how.
I think that was just long, yeah. Oh, what a shot. Oh, we've got a round of applause from the clubhouse there.
Brilliant tennis there, really good little flick.
She didn't look too impressed.
Yeah, I think she was struggling to move a little bit there again, struggling with her movement skills, but managed to make up for it with some long levers and some really good feel at the end of a kind of extended little pick up there.
Yeah. Oh, Sun's finally making an appearance now.
Cameron Fryer and Hamish Stewart just battling away at 2-all. An unreturned serve there from Fryer to bring it back to his advantage on court number 3. Flying the return.
Unforced errors coming in there.
Looks pretty sore when she does that. Hits the racket off her right arm pretty hard.
I just look pretty sore.
Having a quiet word with herself.
Better than breaking the racket on the ground, I guess.
Unless you break your arm. I think.
Great point. It wasn't a great return there.
I think looking at these two players and their demeanour, they're both still quite negative here, and I wonder if that'll play into it. We're talking about Heather Barlow, and she obviously sits atop the TS Open Tour leaderboard at the moment. I think one factor that's played into that is she's quite a positive person.
Yeah, very.
You don't get a lot of the negativity on court that you maybe have seen from these guys so far. Not everybody needs to be like that to play good tennis. Some people it helps them to be a little bit harder on themselves, but I do feel like both players, if they were just a little bit more upbeat and believed in themselves a little bit more, they could run away with this third set.
Yeah, definitely. However, I do think at this, because it's obviously been a very long match, we're at 2 hours and 14 minutes now. I think when they're fatiguing a bit, it is tough to keep that positive energy and to keep upbeat.
Oh, and Cameron Fryer coming up with a sensational passing shot on court 3. Back to juice on court 2 though. Wainwright just watching on in the clubhouse, trying to work out what she feels for the final tomorrow about the two players that she could potentially be up against. Certainly wouldn't be wanting to put the ball too short to Yardley's forehand like that on a regular basis, would you, Hallie?
No. Get put straight away.
Amy Stewart double faulting on the other court, perhaps opening the door for Fryer in that game. Not exactly sure what the score is, but it could be break point on there. And a brilliant forehand winner down the line there. Heidi not happy with the call, but from where I was sitting, it looked okay.
I thought that was maybe just wide.
Oh, you think it might have snuck wide? Well, doesn't really matter what we think. Ultimately, on court, Alwyn in the umpire's chair has made the decision that the ball is wide. Sorry, in on the line. Yardley with a 2-1 lead. I believe only English players left in the draw, and that will follow up another English winner from last year. Fran Simpson was last year's champion here.
Yep.
So she played again this year. Unfortunately, fell in the first round to Barlow. Did Heather beat her?
Yeah, it was Barlow. Yeah.
Heather beat her in the first round. And nobody here remaining in the draw is a former champion at the Giffnock Open. Interestingly, been a long time since we've seen a two-time champion. Some great names on the trophy though. I mean, Anna Brogan, current Scottish #1 in 2020.
Yep.
Phenomenal tennis player from Newlands. Interestingly attended Tyler Junior College, which is a place Summer Yardley found herself in the same year. So the two of them teammates in 2019 at Tyler Junior College in Texas. Those of you who are Scottish tennis fans will know that Adam Brownlow spent his time coaching out in Tyler at one of the local tennis clubs out there. Adam Brownlow's uncle, formerly the head referee here at the Giffnock Open, who officiated Hamish Stewart's last final against Ewan Moore in a controversial decision to play the match for the prize money and points in tremendously bad weather. And that year we found the winner was Millie Wood, who was a two-time champion here, who won the ladies' event over another Stirling Uni scholar actually in that final. Natasha, yeah, good memory.
Throwback.
That's assistant referee Smithy just reminding me that Millie in that year's semi-final overcame the club's Zoe Moffat to reach the final, and said his umpiring display was phenomenal. Although from the account I heard from Zoe Moffat, she strongly disagrees with that opinion. Got Maya Lumsden on here as well. I mean, what a player she is.
Yes, back in her singles days.
Have you played against Maya Lumsden at singles?
I have. I played Maya at County Cup in 2019, I think it was, just before COVID. So that was when she was still playing singles. I think after COVID, that was when she kind of took the doubles ahead.
And especially after last year with that run to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, that really shifted her focus.
Definitely, yeah. She's been doing unbelievably well.
But again, really showing the importance of tournaments like the Giffnock Open in paving a road towards professional tennis for these guys. It's been an important supporting factor in players like Anna Brogan and Maya Lumsden's careers, getting the financial backing and the matches under their belt at this level to push them on to play on the ITF and WTA circuits. Great backhand line. Great backhand line gets the reward of the point as well. That bring up the game? I think that brings it.
Yeah.
Gives the game, yeah. Interestingly, your doubles partner Kirsty Robertson will be captained by the 2012 champion next week at County Cup. Sophie Williamson, who won the event here in 2012, will be captaining the North of Scotland team in Group 5 at County Cup.
Yes. Zoe's just came in there informing us that may have not actually been the semi-final where the awful refereeing took place. She believes that was the 2016 final, which was also won by Millie Wood. So a correction there for anybody listening in. That's just former TS Open Tour leaderboard winner Zoe Moffat on the text, letting us know that she's still salty about the terrible refereeing from Smithy and remembers every detail. Smithy's refereeing much improved these days, and supported by our lead referee Mark. Had the chance to get his side there. Talk about the tennis.
Yeah. Sorry, just drawing our attention back to the tennis here. Obviously now at 2-all, very important these games now in the middle of the set. If somebody can just get a little bit of daylight between them and their opponent, it could run away with it. Just
that's break point again.
Opportunity here in the second serve.
This could be a break, so it'll be like, oh my god.
Looks a bit rattled there between the first and second, shrugging her shoulders.
Yeah, well, big point this. Oh, there's the break.
Kind of felt that might come there. There was a little delay between the first and second serve, and Yardley looked deeply unhappy with it.
Yeah.
I think that's
Keep that routine.
I think that's the problem with being quite negative. It's just going to be hard to accept those little things that get under your skin when you're in that kind of mood.
Yeah. Need the ability to move on straight away.
As Hamish Stewart got the break on court number 3 there, it looks like. Cameron Fryer was sniffing it last time I looked, but now appears to have relinquished his own serve. Cameron Fryer also currently top of the TS Open Tour leaderboards on the men's side. With
He's done really well this year,
yeah, brilliant, brilliant.
Champion Montrose, was it? Was that the last event?
Yeah, not a TS Open Tour event, that one, but his
was it
local
not?
club, no. Yeah, playing good level tennis on there and beating a younger and much less experienced Gregor McIver to win that title, who will be hoping to be playing at these kind of level of events in the next 2 or 3 years, I would have thought. But good for him to go back to his home club at Montrose and support the tournament. No TS Open Tour event clashed with, so fitted nicely into his schedule, and a little bit of prize money there as well, which was nice too for him. She made that.
I thought that was just in.
I thought it was all right, maybe, but she's apologising for it. She thought it was out. Yardley thought it was out too. Maybe it was. Doesn't really matter.
Oh dear.
That could elicit a code violation from Alwyn. That lead referee also believed the ball was in, although both players thinking it was out. And again, Yardley just needing to see this through some more positive spectacles. I think her perspective at the moment is a little bit negative. If she can see the positives in the good tennis that she's playing, she can certainly turn this 3-2 down situation into a win for her. Well inside the baseline for this return and moving even further up the court.
And take it early. Well, it worked.
What a return, huh?
Big return, yeah.
I think as well with the line calls, I think Heidecker and Cahn's probably due some luck on the line calls. I think the end of that second set, very unlucky to kind of slip away in the nature that it did. So I don't think Yardley can be too disappointed as well. So I think that's where she has to try and reframe that positively in her head, that she's already had a few, and you know it's always going to happen.
Goes both ways.
Yeah, she has to see it like that right now.
think it's very easy to start feeling as though everything's against you.
Yep.
Good point.
Brilliant point. Brilliant point.
Must be a break back.
Could be. Could be. She's hunting it down, certainly. And when are we due new balls at this point?
Oh yeah.
Is that going to be soon? Are these the fresh balls currently, perhaps? Actually, are these the new balls, the last set of new balls for the match. Yeah. Which we know favoured Kunkan in the first set, but maybe favoured Yardley slightly in the second.
Yeah, I agree.
Hamish Stewart now serving for the set against Cam Fryer on court number 3.
Close.
Making much quicker progress through their match than these girls are making on here, due to the extended nature of the rallies.
Which is not usually the case with women's tennis. Good shot.
I think just with the lowish first serve percentages, I think that's led to a lot of second serves, and there's been a lot more rallies as a result. On the men's side, the rallies have been incredibly short because the first serve and the third ball have been the kind of 1-2 combo.
Still do it again. Come on, yourself.
Long.
That's game. Oh.
4-2.
Stayed the break up.
I think that could be important, Hallie. I think that could be the game. I don't think that Yardley's resetting anymore. I think she's taking the time at the back here, but I don't think she's going back to the baseline ready to play.
No, I think the shoulders are down.
And this is what we were talking about earlier with the routines. She's taking the minute there, but she's chatting to somebody at the back. Looks quite negative. It's all well good to have the physical routine, but it really has to be attached to that mental reset button, doesn't it, Hallie?
Yeah, it does.
Which we're both awesome at.
Definitely.
More code violations in the commentary box than there is on the court today.
That's thrown off the momentum there, the ball toss.
How good's that serve tee again?
Oh,
Nearly makes it.
slide.
Nearly makes it. I think that's where Heidi, as a junior coming into this, can really push her game on in the next few years, is the physicality. I think she's got the makings of a really good tennis player, and a little bit more physicality and a little bit more court craft at the front of the court could really stand to benefit her and see her move up at least a few levels.
Yeah, really push her.
What do you think Yardley needs to do now to get back into this? What's the tactical approach? How's she gonna find the holes? How's she gonna get the break back? What's she gonna do?
I think she's been serving well. I think keep that first serve percentage. She was using serve ball 3 really well, especially on the outside. Oh wow, it's creative.
Not what I'd have gone for, but it works.
Yeah, I think she's winning most points when she's getting in the court before Heidi can, and she's taking control of the points.
And Hamish Stewart has secured the first set on court number 3. chip return. That's cheap. That's cheap. This service game could be over if she makes that. She gets to 40 love, easy hold, and now she's 30-15, and
Pressure's on.
and again, if she doesn't win this next point, it's a tight service game. I noticed, Sally, that the lines official seems to change, but unfortunately the commentary team seem to be static all the time. We seem to be tasked with the entirety of the match while the lines judge gets to switch.
I mean, we also are sitting down. Oh no.
And that's what I mean. See that? Two unforced errors, ball 3 there in a row, and really creating pressure that I wouldn't expect from a player of her experience to do.
No. I think as well because she's got quite an aggressive game style. She's going to miss more. She will be making more unforced errors than Heidi, I think.
Yeah, certainly would expect more, but not from those kind of situations for a player of,
you want to be
Summer's class.
Yeah. Like that.
A little bit more controlled there.
Yeah.
A little bit more composed on that one. Although she might not have played that many third sets recently, Yardley, she'll really want to be leaning on that experience of the tough situations she'll have found herself in at North Florida as a college player.
Yes.
They'll have played many third sets. I'm sure she'll have battled through a number of them in high pressure situations, and just pulling the trigger and missing by fraction there. I think you're right though, that first serve percentage is important, and then once she's inside the court, just being able to convert feels like Yardley's having a few points stolen from her from very dominant positions. Yardley closing out that game in the end.
Yeah, that's 4-3.
From a very dominant position that game, Yardley really did teeter on the brink of being in a almost insurmountable position at 2-5 here.
Yeah, almost double break.
But has managed to salvage that game, and maybe that confidence of salvaging that will be enough to turn the match.
We'll see.
Richard. Cameron Fryer secured the first service game on court number 3 on serve to start the second. Needs to make returns now, really, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Ask questions.
Vital.
And perhaps take advantage of the less experienced Heidi, who would... Great return, that'll do. Ball's in play. And I think that's what she has to do here. She has to make Heidi play.
Yeah. I think she is. Oh, great serve.
Can't make a play behind that, though.
No.
Another good serve. Looks a little bit deflated. She finds herself 40-30 down here, Yardley, but she has won both points when she's made the return. 2 of the serves, definitely not expecting to come back, but that first one on the first point of the game, how important it is winning the first point of the game in these kind of situations, Hallie?
It's vital, yeah.
How does that feel as the server when you get to love 15 rather than 15 love?
It just feels like you've started at a disadvantage. Never good, you always want to get up as early as possible. It's 5-3.
5-3.
Pressure on Yardley now.
Good serving there from Heidi.
Yeah. Important game to win that.
Definitely.
In good position.
And given the percentage of points won on serve, I think she'll be looking to close this out, returning here.
Yes.
My dad's stressed out, that'll help with the road to the picture. Yeah, and there's massive security and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Superb.
Good point.
Yardley got no intentions of making this easy for Kunkan. Will a long exchange like that of such a high quality going Kunkan's way potentially be a momentum changer? Sorry, going Yardley's way be a momentum changer?
It could do. Yeah, Heidi will be tight returning now.
I think as well, when you win those extended exchanges at the back end of the match, even though you're behind on the scoreboard, that can be the moment that makes you feel like you're winning it. If you can get a little clap off the crowd and a bit of support for some excellent tennis.
Definitely.
And sends down a big serve there as well, backing it up, which Heidi I think believed was wide, but
Tight one.
I think it swung in with the lefty. The lefty swinger pulled it onto the outside edge of the line. 30 love. Can Yardley keep it simple this time? Looks like Fryer has just got the break on court number 3. So Hamish Stewart, who is one of the best servers, if not the best server in the tournament, losing his serve for the first time this week.
Would you go as far to say in Scotland? Best serve in Scotland?
Best serve in Scotland?
Who would that be?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Hamish is definitely up there.
Certainly on the TS Open Tour. I think Hamish has got to be considered one of the best servers. Obviously, Andy Murray's still at the top of the game.
Yeah, well.
And it's hard to argue with a guy that's been number 1 in the world, even though serving wasn't his strong point.
Maybe not for much longer.
But yeah, certainly Hamish as an individual skill at serve is really top level, and there won't be many guys in Britain that can serve better than Hamish Stewart, let alone Scotland. And Yardley making this much more simple for herself here at 40 love. Looking for a more convincing hold than the last one that became a bit of a battle. And that will build the Yardley confidence going into this potentially final game. Well, those kind of holds and that kind of long extended point that she won to win the first point of that match could prove to be a turning point here. Can she use that momentum? I'd be up quick out the chair here if I was her, showing her opponent that I'm ready. But she's taking her time, maybe cooling herself off, calming herself down and getting ready for what she needs to do. She knows she's a good enough returner, she knows she can break. The balls have slowed down a bit.
Yeah, every little helps here.
So plenty of opportunity to make returns. What she won't want to do is miss easy returns like she did at the opening of that last game. She's going to want to. That'll be expensive, Hallie, won't it?
It will.
Can she get the returns in play? Can Heidi can make first serves like she did in the last game to convincingly hold? And that's the break back. Hamish Stewart immediately breaking Fryer back on court number 3. First serve long. Second serve return. This has to go in the court. And it does, and moves her out the middle as well. We know that Heidi's movement is maybe not her strongest point. If you can get her out the middle there, even better. Do you think that second serve coming in so slowly was a change of pace from Heidi, or do you think that was nerves?
I think that might have been nerves. I think. Yeah.
And another return in play. Will that get called? Clearly getting called as a let. Yardley incredibly frustrated. Was the ball struck before the ball came across? I'm sure somebody can go back and slow-mo it on YouTube.
The ball was on the court.
See if it came across before the ball was struck or after. I believe that it was before from my watching, but maybe if you at home can slow-mo it down and zoom it back, you might find out something else. Oh, and that's it just coming up on the screens in the clubhouse. Believe it was already hit. Difficult decision for Yardley, that going against her there. And then an unforced error from Yardley. 15-all.
Just wondering you.
Some controversy in the chat as to that last call, but I have to move on now to the point we're at 15-all, second serve, great return. And brilliant from Yardley. More confident second serve there from Heidi.
Yeah, definitely.
Didn't elicit the response on the return that she wanted, but it was a confident serve.
Fryer again on court 3.
Probably the longest exchange of the set thus far, going the way of Kunkan. As Hallie just pointed out there, Hamish has gone down a break again on court 3, surprisingly getting broke in back-to-back service games. That wasn't a confident first serve from Heidi.
Nerves kicking him. 2 points away. Oh, what a return.
I think she might need to do more on that second serve. That's 3 second serves that side, and she's not won a single one of them. None of them particularly effective. Maybe needed to be braver. If the double fault happens, it happens. But if she'd snuck one of those 3 points, she'd be in a much more commanding position at match point up rather than break point down.
Great serve.
What a response. Really brave backhand line there on the first shot of the rally there from Heidi, and not rewarded, neutralised so effectively. Brings up another break point. A little clap going there. I'm not sure what happened on court 3, but the score is still 3-1 to Cameron Fryer in the second set. And another ace. Ooh.
Oh.
Interesting. I thought that was good, but called by both umpire and Yardley. That's top class. Yeah, obviously the umpire and Yardley probably having a better view than we do here in the clubhouse. We're watching from the clubhouse through the glass and through the fence at a slight angle, so not best place to call lines, but in a great position for spectating and feeling out the match overall. 5-all here on court number 2. This is the situation we're talking about. You get that love 30 point. Changes the makeup of the game, Hallie, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Perfect preparation for me, really sitting here commentating this match for the best part of like 3 hours before the doubles. That's really what we're looking for, and another match of commentary to follow. That double fault maybe opening the That net cord going the way of Kunkan this time. Positive strike though from Yardley. Playing the big points with positivity, Yardley, but not getting the reward this game. Another double fault.
Tough, tough. That could have cost.
That could be a £250 double fault in that one.
That is bad time for double.
She did just play a phenomenal return game though, and hopefully she can find that level again here. Fryer still battling on court number 3 to hold his serve against Hamish Stewart. He's been at it for a while now on there.
Oh no, she'd be delighted.
That's true, actually. And she knows that.
And Hamish Stewart just bouncing the racket after another break point goes. Oh no, game point to Fryer. 4-1 Fryer. Oh. Wainwright potentially stretching out the back a little bit there, having a look at her ankle or something. Sorry, not Wainwright, Kunkan.
One more game.
4 points away.
So she's got doubles as well. Double semi.
Well, that's going to be a tough ask, isn't it? She's obviously going to get rest.
She is going to get rest, but she's going to be quite tired.
Heidi looking pretty tired now as this match crosses the 3-hour mark, having started slightly before 3 o'clock. Great point. Great point to start.
I think to slice is helping her. She's on the defence a bit too soon, I think.
Yeah, but I think she's struggling physically now to get into position to hit the ball. That looked like I don't think the movement side of the game is necessarily her strength, and it's now being exploited at the tail end of this match after 3 hours. Oh, is that a dead bounce off the service line there?
It was, I think it was.
Second serve now. Needs to keep using those legs. Doesn't drive her legs particularly well on the serve, but they're going to be tired now. She's got to go for it.
Sore nerves.
I think she just said to somebody at the back, so tight. Feeling the nerves and the pressure of this situation. All 2 points away. 2 points away from a tiebreaker, or are we 2 points away from the end of this tennis match and the start of the Adam Clooney Callum McGinn match, which everybody is excited for today? floated that backhand long. Sensing the fatigue, sensing the nerves from the clubhouse now. Callum McGinn just in the clubhouse, limbering up, getting ready to play. And the ball change now coming on court number 3, which may help the Friar serve and might help him close out this set. Second serve on here. Another extended rally in a big moment. Receiving a round of applause from the now probably around 100 people down watching at Giffnock Tennis Club. Everyone's focused firmly on court 2 at the moment in this tense situation. Who disagrees? Another round of applause as Kirkan brings up match point for the first time today. Another dead net cord.
No way.
Same as happened in that second set in the final game. Yardley getting the best of the net cord. Net cord's pretty tight here at Giffnock Tennis Club. Tighter than you would expect. Some work was done last year reinforcing the net posts with concrete at the base just to allow Tournament Director Richard to tension the nets even further, perhaps influencing the outcome of this match. What a response.
Point again.
And for a player of this level, that can only be put down to nerves.
She's not taking her time either, she's rushing.
Rushing straight to the next point, yeah, good
It's
spot,
done.
Hallie. And that's nervous as well and might have clipped the line.
Yeah. I don't think I'd have smashed that. I think I would have tried to.
Really? You'd have let that
I'd have
come
gone
down
for the forehand.
beforehand? I'd have probably taken on the smash, I think.
You're braver than me.
I might have got into the net behind the approach.
Oh, what a shot! This is one of the best points we've seen.
And a moment of brilliance from to really tight errors to total confidence on the backhand cross court from a really difficult situation on her left leg there, pushing off and nailing it cross court for a winner, bringing us back to deuce.
Got to be pretty brave to go for that in that circumstance.
Let Can taking a deep breath there, exhaling, trying to relax herself.
Such a tight miss.
It's a horrible return that though, wasn't it? It just skidded over the top of the net cord short. And when you're a little bit tight and you're not wanting to hit through the forehand, those are really tough to step up to. And you see Heidi there going for the slice rather than taking on the topspin forehand, which is her preferred option. And going for the backhand again, but maybe a little bit loose.
Tie break it is.
Oh. Who do you like here, Hallie?
Oh,
Put you on the spot.
I do not know. I do not know.
I think I'm going to
I
take
think
it.
whoever is up in the first 3 points.
I think I'm going to take Yardley here.
Dad.
I think I'm going to take Yardley here purely because we've seen Heidi with the opportunity. She's had the opportunity. She's had the match point. It's gone. And I would like to see Yardley in that position and see if she can take it. We don't get to decide though, do we, Hallie? They'll decide with the ball and the racket. Opens with the double fault.
Oh, she's really rushing.
Just long.
2-1.
Both have a 100% record in tiebreaks so far. Heidi Can coming through against Ellie Blackford 7-6 in the first set, 6 in the breaker, and Yardley coming through 7-6 in the second set against Daisy Carpenter in her first round. That was the really nervy return there, and that is my worry for Heidi here, is that she's clearly experiencing quite a lot of nerves out there, and looks like she might be physically pretty tired as well from the 3 hours of tennis that she's played.
I'm down on court 3.
Hamish with a little slip over there. He seems all right though, he's back up. Scoreboard reads 4-1 on there, but I believe that it's 4-2.
Not updated.
That scoreline just confirmed by tournament director Richard.
Good point.
And maybe Heidi not as tired as I made out, getting to that ball in a really difficult situation and putting up the lob, making Summer play one more ball. Mistimed. All level still. Not sure about you, Hallie, but I would rather be out there playing for 3 hours than in here commentating for 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think I'd maybe rather be uncorked.
What do you think, Hallie? Do you think it's going to be brave tennis that's going to push somebody over the line, or nervy tennis that's going to mean it slips away?
I think this could just be down to nerves now. And fatigue.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope we see some brilliant tennis and some confident swinging away on forehands and being aggressive, but you do get the sense that it could come down to fatigues and nerves at this stage. 3-all in the set breaker to decide the match. Mia Wainwright still watching on enthusiastically at the 3-hour contest that our opponents for tomorrow have had to endure. Is that Hamish getting the break back after a long battle on the flyer serve, potentially? I'm not sure. It's a big come on. No, doesn't appear so. Oh, difficult shot that. Put the ball in a tough area there. Wynn's brought that back in. No luck there, really. I mean, that looked out all the way, and the Wynn just pulling the ball back into play. Brings up 3 match points for Heidi. She's been here before. Can she play these with confidence this time? Unforced there to finish. A fantastic performance from Heidi. Gets a round of applause from the full clubhouse. Girls go to shake hands and Heidi can't help but smile. Shake of the hands for the chair umpire Alwyn Roy from Summer Yardley. Hallie, what a match, huh?
That was quite a match, yeah. Dear me.
Have you played a match that long before, Hallie?
I think I probably have, yeah. Maybe during the summer tournaments when there's a lot of full thirds.
And how do you come off feeling when you've won a match like that, other than exhausted?
Oh, absolutely knackered. It's such a good feeling when you've been so relieved.
Yeah, more a feeling of relief though than joy.
Yeah, definitely.
And how do you think this match will now, the outcome of this match, the 3-hour battle that it was, impacts the doubles later on? Obviously, Amelie Brooks and Angeli Kotecha awaiting Heidi and her partner Liana for a doubles match later this evening.
Yeah, I think she's going to have to get food down her quickly. Have as much rest as you can, because I know I'd be absolutely shattered after that.
Tough for her to come back tomorrow and compete in that final. Tough for her to come back and compete in that doubles tonight, but she won't be thinking about that right now.
No.
She'll just be relieved to have got through that one and secured the £750 minimum prize money and the opportunity to compete for £1250 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean that was very impressive to come through that. Very impressive.
And any thoughts on Summer? What do you think she needed to do differently there?
Well, I think she also put up such a good fight. I think maybe when her head dropped a bit, I feel like she could have maybe got the job done quicker. I think if she kept her cool.
Yeah, there's definitely an element of composure that played into that.
Yeah.
Obviously nerves at the end from Kern, but maybe a little bit more positivity from Yardley might have saw that tip her way. Certainly a very professional performance from her though, to battle away and to pull that into a tie-break, having been match points down against the serve earlier in the match. Phenomenal performance from both players, and I think we can say that has really set the tone for a fantastic afternoon of tennis on court number 2. We're now awaiting the start of the Clooney and McGinn match, which is the hot ticket for this afternoon. Hallie, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box, and I will hopefully see you on court tomorrow for the Get them out. And the boys just starting to warm up now on court number 2. Winner of this match will meet Hamish Stewart in the semi-finals, who just overcame Cameron Fryer on court number 3. It was quite an exciting tussle in the second set of that match. Fryer led 4-1, but eventually the lead slipped away from him and he finally fell 6-4 in that second set. So winner of this match set to play the top seed. Callum McGinn, the wild card, which he received from the club for his performances in the men's club championships and as a consistent representative of the men's first team here at Giffnock. Some really, really good league wins for him this season, including a win at first couple against Scottish Cup champions Newlands. Playing with Callum McGinn, who interestingly Callum will play against later in the men's semi-finals of the doubles. Adam Clooney comes into this match on a 6-match winning streak. A really impressive performance yesterday saw him overcome Patrick Young, who took out second seed Ewan Moore in the opening round of Ewan Moore's competition. He is the South of Scotland men's county captain and will be heading down to play Group 7 County Week next week, and will be looking to instill some confidence in his team that the top of the order is strong with a win here today. Two players have played before on the TS Open Tour. This is their second meeting in singles and their second meeting on the TS Open Tour as well. The winner of that match was Adam Clooney last year at White Craigs Tennis Club, walking distance from Giffnock, who host a slightly lower grade of TS Open Tour event, a grade 3 TS Open Tour event in April each year. Adam won that match in straight sets, I believe 4-2 or 4-3. So reasonably competitive, but fairly convincing for Adam. Obviously a different surface today coming into this match, which will present a different dynamic. Callum McGinn obviously as well, only 17 years old at the moment, would have only been 16 at the time of that match, and we all know how much these young players improve as they mature at this age. And Callum posting some incredibly impressive results this week, getting wins over number 4 seed Ewan McIntosh and then number 8 seed Jack Curtis, both in straight sets and with convincing scorelines. McGinn yet to really be tested in this tournament. I'm hoping to soon be joined in the commentary team by Mark Openshaw, who's currently just getting some refreshments before he joins me. Boys just starting to warm up their serves. Conditions slightly drier than earlier because the sun did come out for a little bit during the ladies' semi-final, but the cloud cover now back over the courts, quite humid. Be interesting to see how this match starts. I believe that McGinn will serve first in this match as well. Single stick's just been removed on court 3 as we sit and watch this one starting. That's where the doubles match is expected to follow between Angelique and Amelie and Heidi and her partner Liana. So we'll try and keep you updated with the score in that match. Although obviously you won't be able to see that one on stream, but for anybody interested, I will try and keep you posted with that. Can I ask you a question? Of course you can. So I've just been joined by Cameron Fryer. He's had a great tournament this week, and obviously disappointed just now, having just lost to Hamish Stewart. But what did you make of that match, Cameron?
For the standard overall was quite good. I started quite cagey, but was serving well, so that helped, especially with the new balls. Allowed me to come to the net and sort of use my skills that were going to help me win the match. But then Hamish played quite a good return game of 3-all. I think he hit 2 return winners and 2 to my feet off a serve volley, which is too good, so no problems with that. And then second set, raised my level even more, which was really nice. So it was 4-1 up, and then lost my serve a bit, which was quite tough. But yeah, I'm overall happy with how I played. So yeah, he is top 500 in the world, so it's just good to be playing against these guys and keep testing my level and see if I can rise to it, which I am doing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, really top quality performance there, Hamish, against Hamish. I know you'll be disappointed, Cameron. How important is it for you to have this level of tennis available in Scotland for you and you progressing your tennis and your development?
Yeah, it's imperative because I enjoy the bucks and all the training I get with all my guys and still on uni, but playing the TS stuff is great because I get to play against world ranked players and earn money, and it's just fund my tennis, which is impossible otherwise. So yeah, it's good. So and there's obviously 16 events per year, so there's no panic if you lose one match because you know you can just regroup and go again in 2 weeks. So yeah, it's imperative to me progressing and being able to keep playing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think having this circuit of events is certainly a massive benefit for the players, and you know you can see how much your standard of play has improved over the last 4 or 5 years since you've been playing these, and having guys like Nick Rosenzweig, like Hamish Stewart in the draw can only help drive you on. Is there anything about this particular event that you think's been really good, or anything that draws you back to Giffnock every year?
Oh, it's got to be the free drinks after every match. Yeah. Well, and the food tokens, 2 food tokens a day. I mean the kitchen do a fantastic job because if someone offers me free food, I'm going to take it. Yeah, I'm hoping next year though we get the hotel. That would be ideal for the seeds, obviously. Yeah, if I'm seeded next year, we'll see.
Yeah, well, with the level of performance you've been showing this year, I've no doubt that you'll have a great chance of being seeded, but I'm sure the event will look to attract some really high quality players next year. Thank you so much for your time, Cam.
Thanks, Dan.
I'll let you go and enjoy your lunch because I know that actually we've had a change to the schedule and Cam Fryer's doubles will actually be following on court 3 next. So get tuned in for this match, but I'll try and keep you updated with the men's doubles score, which will now follow as Heidi Kirkan is going to take some rest before doubles, so that will then follow that match. Thanks, Cam. Catch you in a bit. An early hold there for Adam Clooney. Slightly incorrect for me. I thought Callum was going to serve first in the scoreboard. The scoreboard not keeping up to date currently. Hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted. I know there has been a little bit of a connection issue with the tablet that is being used by the umpires to score and the Wi-Fi, but hopeful to get that match. I will try my best to keep you up to date with the scores as this unfolds. And now fortunately I've been joined by Hamish Stewart, who is tomorrow's finalist in the singles and will be taken back to the court for doubles later on this evening. How are you, Hamish?
I'm good, thanks, Dan. How's it going?
Great, just been sitting and watching some really exciting tennis here on court 2 earlier. Looked like you had a great match on court 3. What were your thoughts on that contest with Cam Fryer?
Yeah, it was a tricky one. I knew it was going to be tricky. I mean, Cam, he's been playing, he's won a lot of matches recently, and he's very, very tricky player to play against. Windy conditions as well. So it was just definitely the second set as well was just could have gone either way. Probably should have gone his way, but yeah, just happy to have got over the line in the end.
Yeah, congratulations on that front. It was a great watch for the guys down watching, and I'm sure you guys felt like the level was pretty good out there considering the conditions. How does the TS Open Tour and the British Tour fit into your schedule? You're obviously a world ranked tennis player, off playing challenger and future events quite often. What's the value of the British Tour and having these events in Glasgow, driving distance from your house?
Yeah, they really, honestly, like this event couldn't have come at a better time for me. I was sort of struggling with a bit of confidence, struggling for a bit of. I hadn't won a ton of matches recently, and so just to sort of come out here and sort of try new things, and also just being on the match court just makes such a big difference, I think, and being able to like get good matches and competing for good money, but also just like a really good sort of community tournament as well. Just sort of, it's just really enjoyable to be a part of. So yeah, definitely like for prize money, it's great. Sort of for me, sort of trying to find my feet again. It's been great, and just like it's just been good fun to be playing it. So yeah, really enjoyed it so far this week.
Yeah, I think that's a really positive review of the event and the place of these events in general in the calendar. I mean, looking at the trophy to see names like Jake Fernley on the trophy alongside yourself.
Did Jake won it?
Yeah, Jake won it. Yeah, so 2021 champion, I believe. Won it a couple of years after you last won it.
Okay.
But you're seeing how these kind of events support players to then go on and perform well, and you're seeing Jake reaping the rewards of the tennis ecosystem that exists outside of the top of the game. This allowed him to continue to get to that level where he really pushed Djokovic this year at Wimbledon.
Crazy.
So,
yeah.
What are your plans for the rest of the summer? Pushing on from this, have you got stuff in the plans, or you just taking a little bit of a rest for the next few weeks after this one?
Yeah, so I was taking a wee bit of a breather after my last sort of competition sort of season just there on the grass, but gonna finish up here and then play another TS Open event at my home club, Western. So we can have a good comparison between tournaments between Western and Giffnock. Western are going to have their hands full if they're going to try and make it as a success as this has. We're going to play that, and then going to play my first 25 back in Aldershot in August, and then after that load up the calendar till the end of the year with challengers and futures. So yeah, just sort of I'm using these tournaments sort of to try and find my game, get mentally back in a better headspace, and just because I enjoy these tournaments probably a little bit more than futures and challengers. So yeah, that's sort of my plan for the rest of the year.
It's brilliant to hear that. It's good to hear just how big a part of your tennis calendar west of Scotland and Scottish club tennis is. Obviously, keeping your head in the right place is a hugely important thing as a professional tennis player out there on the road. And I know you turn out for Western on a Friday night whenever you can. You take that opportunity to be part of a team 100%. And turn out for the West when you can. And I think that's great to see how important these events are at a team level locally, but also at a tournament level like this. And yeah, it's been great having you on. And I think if anybody wants to reach out to Hamish, I know it's a tough time out on the road. And wants to support him in any way, I'm sure he'd be glad to hear from you, because I know it's not easy out there. There's financial cost, and for guys like Jake Fernley and like Hamish Stewart, for them to get through this level, there's a massive commitment from them, but also a massive commitment financially required, and they'll be appreciating both the support, the prize money from tournaments like this, but also from anybody else that can help them in any other way. So feel free to get in touch with us, and we can put you in touch with Hamish if he's somebody you think you could support in any way. With his travel costs or his tennis costs in general.
Nice. Well said, Dan.
Right, well, I'll catch you in a little bit, Hamish, and I'll catch you on court later, where we'll battle out on a doubles court.
Of course, can't wait. Just tell your doubles partner to hurry up.
He might be a while.
Exactly. No, thanks, Dan.
Okay, right, well, let's get tuned in here, because McGinn has the first opportunity of the match at 40-15. That finding the line. There's the break for McGinn. A little smile on Adam's face though, looks fairly relaxed about it. Good demeanour. I'm hoping to soon be joined once again by club head coach Mark Openshaw on the mic here. Not sure where he is at the moment, but he did agree to co-commentate this match, and I'm 4 hours and 30 minutes into commentating, so a little bit of support from him would be appreciated at this point in time. His expertise in this match will go a long way as well. He's worked both with Adam Clooney and with Callum McGinn as a coach. So I'm sure he'll have some insight. Callum McGinn just here in the black t-shirt, black shorts, black cap, and Adam Clooney opting for the white cap, white t-shirt on the far side, so you'll be able to tell them apart like that. Both using the same racket, the Yonex E-Zone, which has been a popular racket for the tournament players this week. Seen a lot of E-Zone users getting a lot of power from that racket, allowing them to serve their way out of trouble. Sorry? Meant to have open shot. Little opening here for Clooney, 15:30. Just been joined very briefly prior to Mark Openshaw arriving by Holly Sheeran Hall. Holly, what do you make of this match so far?
Yeah, I think it'll be a good match. I think they're both fairly similar. Like to hit the ball pretty big. Both return pretty well and serve pretty well. So, yeah, I think it'll be a good contest. And Callum likes these courts.
Yeah, well, home favourite, isn't he, Callum? So I think that's going to play into his favour here. That serves like probably more than a foot long, but has been called in. We'll see how they're playing it today. Okay, it looks like they're going to play to the calls of the umpire. That looks like the decision that they're going with. Sometimes you'll see players decide to give their opponent the benefit of the doubt or kind of correct calls, but
that happened in the last men's match.
Yeah.
Right at the end.
But these two looking to opt for the it'll even out by the end of the match kind of option.
For sure. Hard for the line judges to call a whole court from the chair as well.
Yeah, well, only two court officials there to support the match makes it very, very difficult. And you see even at Wimbledon when they challenge the calls, that's with a full set of lines, a full lines team, and they still don't always get it right.
Exactly. Yeah, some good serving so far. There has been a break, but.
And do you think on balance these guys would you say are better returners than they are servers?
Callum, I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
Adam's serve is good, but a bit erratic, I would say.
Okay.
Some big aces, but also a few double faults will come in every now and again. But from the tournament so far, I think Callum's been returning unbelievably.
He's
so
the informed
far.
player, really, isn't he?
Yeah. Wild card, a very good wild card, I would say.
Better than the other wild card. How did the other wild card get on in the men's singles?
I don't know, Dan. Do you have any idea?
I believe they were dispatched 2-2 in the first round by somebody else who then lost in the next round in straight sets. But I couldn't be totally certain of that.
Evens out the wild card ability, you know.
Yeah, Callum justifying his, may get another wild card next year if he requires it off this performance. The other wild card unlikely to make a return to the singles court in the main draw of the British Tour without coming through qualifying.
You might be back on the commentary though next time.
Made a better commentator than I did a singles player by the looks of things. What happened to your entry this year? Didn't see one from you. You were obviously here last year.
Yeah, I was working at Wimbledon, so if I would have had to qualify, I wouldn't have been back in time. But didn't think I'd qualify for a wild card, but maybe I should have asked.
Well, as a person that's played for Giffnock in the past, I mean, a supporter of the club, I know the club are always keen to support those who support the club. And I know that one of the wild cards was allocated to Anna McBride, who's since pulled out, but
also played for the club.
But also represented Giffnock. So maybe next time, if you need one, it's always worth thinking about. But I think, given your how much your playing standards improving all the time, I would be surprised if you were not a main draw player by the time we come around to this event next year.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Next time, if I need it, it would be good to know that the club would be willing to give it to a former player.
3-2. Apologies for any background noise that comes through. The club is very busy. This is really a highlight match and probably one of the most anticipated matches that will take place on the Giffnock courts this year, given that it's a young Giffnock junior at one of the top events in the country.
Yeah, a lot of crowds here to support Callum today, I think.
I think that was a clever idea from Adam there, but just not quite executed.
Quite windy. The balls seem to be flying quite a lot when there's not a lot of pace on them.
Difficult to judge that lob.
Yeah, I mean Cameron in the other semi-final, likes to slice his forehand a lot, but I think the wind was carrying it long quite a few times today.
Just miss-hitting that one, going for it though. Brave.
Yeah, I think this match will be one with winners and a lot of errors from both of them. They like to hit the lines and think a little bit.
Just noticing these guys have only played one time before. It was last year on the TS Open Tour at White Craigs.
Yeah.
Adam Clooney won that match quite convincingly in straight sets. Do you think that a match from last April has any bearing on today's match, or do you think this is a totally different situation?
I think, as you said, Callum's quite in form right now, whereas last year probably not, but also White Craig's courts to these courts are pretty different. Quite slow at White Craig's. Don't know who it would suit more, but as you said, these are Callum's home courts, so maybe that is also an advantage.
Yeah, I think a real turning point or a real uptick in Callum's level came last year. He secured a semi-final win in the club championships against 9-time club champion Owen Haddon 6-6. Owen had in a two-time champion year, 2009 and 2008, back-to-back years, and one of Scotland's top domestic players for over a decade. And since then, Callum's seen some really impressive results. And I think since then he's grown in confidence, really. And I don't know how much bearing a match from April last year had, when he's really seen such an improvement in performance in September last year.
Yeah, it's definitely in recent times has improved a lot. And I mean, seeing him come through sort of Stirling University and training there, I think when I saw him recently, I was like a different player on the court.
It's been a while since we've had a Giffnock winner here at the Giffnock Open. The last Giffnock winner would have been Sam McNeil in 2011.
Yeah.
So that's now over a decade. Do you think Callum has any chance of going the whole way this weekend? Do you think that's a possibility for him?
I think whoever wins this match, Hamish will be a pretty tough opponent. I know these courts and his serve are a match well made. And I think that if he gets there, it may just be down to the pressure of who he's playing and the fact that everybody here will be rooting for him, and just whether that gets to him or not, and whether he stays calm.
Yeah, I think that could be a real factor. That could either really spur him on, or could be the unfolding of him. But a lot of work to do here. He's going to have to get by a very tough opponent in Adam Clooney, who's on a 6-match winning streak to get here.
Yeah, qualified.
He obviously made an exit from the doubles early on.
Yeah.
Callum has had to play 2 doubles matches, which will have added to the fatigue. So Callum is 5 matches in, but maybe at a slightly higher standard, some of those matches, than the ones that Clooney has played.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be fairly similar in terms of levels of fatigue.
Yeah, I know Callum's doubles match last night obviously went to a match tiebreak as well. And his singles was fairly comfortable yesterday, sort of time-wise, but yeah, I know Adam had a 3-set match yesterday, which by the end of it, I think both players were feeling pretty tired. So I don't know how he's come feeling today. After
Yeah, well,
that.
he won the final set of that match 6-love, following on from 2 really tight sets. Yeah. I think that really. That was off the back of a 7-6 in the third for his opponent.
Yeah.
So I think that love set in the third really showed the physics of playing a lot of tennis the day before. So Adam's coming in with that under him with that behind him today.
Yeah.
Having played that full third set yesterday, which will have fatigued him. So maybe a factor in the same way that it was for Patrick Young yesterday. But Callum also yesterday had to play 2 sets of doubles. So I'm not sure how that all balances up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very, very windy out there.
Breezy. Callum taking his time here before he hits this serve, waiting for a little stiller moment before he commits. Gets the let, have to wait even longer. Bad.
No, way better than I am.
That's Mark just popping his head in. I think he might join us at the next change of ends. I think Mark will be replacing Holly, as Holly will be nipping off to watch the men's doubles match taking place on court 3, isn't that right, Ollie?
Yeah, I think I might go and see how it's going over there. Bit of support for one of the pairs, maybe.
Yeah, it's an all Stirling pair on the far side, and they've came looking for the support of the home crowd with the Stirling kit on, matching Stirling kit, knowing that they're playing the 2 Englishmen on the near side.
Definitely the better known pair. With
more established pairing, aren't they? Patrick and Cameron Fry are on that court.
Yeah, play together a lot.
And they'll be looking to potentially be a pair that will be used next week at County Week.
Yeah.
Both of them will be hopeful that they'll be in the lineup fairly regularly. With North of Scotland now competing in Group 1.
Yeah, down in Eastbourne.
Mark, you'll know a little bit about playing at Eastbourne in Group 1. You've played a few times down there at County Week. It's an exciting opportunity for the North. It's their first year for a while that they've been in Group 1. The last time that they were in Group 1, Owen Haddon from Giffnock would have been the captain, where he played with Andy Murray one year. And posted a reasonably good record across his time as a Group 1 player. What will that be like for the North boys, going from having played at different venues like Felixstowe, Frinton, now getting to play at the premier venue for County Cup?
Well, there's 2 or 3 things that will be different. General standard, so you have 6 players playing every day. I do know they sub in and stuff like that now, but the differences between Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, you generally get the first pair of every county are going to be really strong. When you go down to Eastbourne, first pair, second pair, third pair, they're all quality. So you really have to be on your game.
So perfect prep for them this week, coming here and potentially having 4 really high quality doubles matches at Giffnock to precede that and build the confidence a little bit. Could only be 3, depends how they get on today. But yeah, obviously great preparation for those guys, and they'll be hoping to secure a win here and boost the confidence going into next week. Adam Clooney just under a little bit of pressure here. Men's South of Scotland county captain. He'll be heading to Felixstowe, I believe, for Group 7.
Felixstowe, fantastic venue. I won 15 out of 15 there, Dan.
Did you? Congratulations. For Lancashire?
South of Scotland.
South of Scotland,
Group 6.
Group 6. It's fantastic achievement, Mark, and I'm sure it's one you're very proud of.
I am.
So for those that are unaware, at County Week, the players can play up to a maximum of 15 matches. There is a book that keeps the record of all players who achieve 15 out of 15. It's hard to do in any group, including Group 6. As Mark said, there's always going to be a good pair for every county, so you're looking at having to play at least 5 good pairs there, if not more, out of those 15 to get that accolade. So a real achievement, and one which many of the players are excited about and pursue getting on their resume for their tennis. Just tuning back into this match here with Holly, though, 30 all.
Yeah, big point. 4-2 down.
And a double fault.
Not a good time for that.
You did say that was possible, though, Holly.
Yeah, he definitely is up and down in his serves, and I think if that first one doesn't go in, his second just doesn't quite have as much behind the first.
What do you think of the technique of Adam Clooney's serve?
I think it's quite smooth, but it's yeah, it's quite big. Lot of sort of backswing, if you would say, on a serve, but yeah, he hits a good serve when he gets it right. So
Watching again, looking at the ball toss, it's quite low. So there's two things that's going to do. One is your height over the net is going to be lower, but it also, in a positive way, does actually speed up the arm.
yeah.
It speeds the action up. So if he can get his timing spot on today. Sorry, I'm just watching this point. Great backhand, deep, down the middle, basic stuff. If he can get his timing well today, it's hard to break. I remember playing 2 guys back in the 1990s. Johnny Marry, Wimbledon champion, really low ball toss. But see, on his day, didn't have the biggest serve, but somewhere around 115 to 125 miles an hour. On his day, when he got his timing right, almost impossible to return. It was so skinny, so low.
Yeah, I think there's sometimes a little bit of can be a misconception that the tall guys' serves are harder to return, but almost they come up higher. Not necessarily on a surface like this, but on a slower court, and that gives the returner a little bit more time to strike that return. Out here with these skiddy courts, Adam Clooney, reasonably tall, but not as tall as some of the other guys we saw in the other semi-final, like Hamish and Cam, and taking that low contact point. That serve is going to skid through, but at the moment, no match for the return of Callum McGinn, who's now broken twice in the early stages of the match. Ball change now for Callum to try and serve out the set. That's Holly just checking out. Thank you very much, Holly.
Thanks, Dan. Enjoy the match.
You have to say Callum has a little bit of a home advantage. I remember watching club championships around about 10 months ago.
Yeah, we've just been discussing that, Mark, how the club champs semi-final win over 2-time champion Owen Haddon has been a real turning point in his tennis. He's really kicked on in his singles since then, a much more mature player than he was 12 months ago.
I think there's, again, he controls himself so much better these days, does Callum. I've seen him go down in matches in the past I remember watching him at Bridge of Allen 2 years ago. Lost serve at 3-2 against somebody not as talented, and 25 minutes later he's lost the match. That doesn't seem to happen these days.
Yeah, I've not watched too much of that. I was at the Scottish Junior Open the other week, and he met eventual winner Logan Gillespie, who I think made an exit maybe in the first round of the main draw here. And he did struggle with that. His head did go a little bit, and I believe the racket was flying a little bit, but
nobody's perfect.
No one's perfect, and on balance, Callum a much tougher opponent than he would have been this time last year when we were noting that Adam played Callum in a TS Open Tour event and won quite convincingly. I think he's a different opponent today.
So why do you think Callum has improved so much in the last 12 months?
It's a great question. He's obviously starting to play more men's events.
Yeah. How does that help?
And I think he's been tested more by more mature opponents, so the players around him are more mature, they're more steady, and that kind of almost forces him to behave in that way. In the junior stuff, the players can be emotionally pretty erratic, Mark, and I think it becomes part of the culture and the environment to be negative and be down on yourself, whereas here, when Hamish plays Cam Fryer, you don't see very much of that at all.
The senior game definitely forces you to stay in the match for longer.
Absolutely, and the chances are much finer because the serves are better. They're fewer and further between, so you really have to stay patient and keep working away in the sets. You can't just roll through players. Even the weaker players here at the Giffnock Open are still capable. There's no real obvious weak player, and if you're not on it and you're not focused, they'll make it tough for even the better players in the draw. I think another big thing that is really improved in Callum's game is his athleticism. He's a much quicker player around the court. I think there's still more to get there for him.
There is, yeah.
But
if I look at Callum though, I'm not looking at a 17 going an 18-year-old. I'm actually looking at a 15-year-old.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So he can physically mature within the next 3 to 4 years. Sky's the limit.
Yeah, he's got a real good base. You know, he's good at the back of the court, he's good at the front of the court.
Technically fantastic.
Technically smooth off both sides and on serve. So, yeah, real opportunity for him to push on to be a really top level British senior player. We're just joined by Ewan McGinn here, Callum's father, who will be immensely proud that Callum is putting on a performance at his home tournament of all places. TS Open Tour put together in large part by Ewan McGinn and the work that he's done over the last 6 or 7 years.
I have one question for you. As his father, why do you think he has improved so much in the last 18 months?
I think there's a number of factors. I think he just enjoys tennis. He's grown up a bit.
Yeah.
A lot of things on and off the court have contributed to that. Just loves tennis. Plays tennis when he wants to play tennis. Doesn't play tennis when he doesn't want to play tennis. And I think he's in control of what he wants to do, which is probably the reason why he's playing the level he's playing at.
I totally agree. Callum comes down to the club, he hits with all the juniors, all the young aspiring future Giffnock Open semi-finalists and finalists, and they absolutely love him. Callum loves being on the court, brings that enthusiasm off to all the kids, and I think he's showing that out there as well.
Yeah, I think because he actually is involved in coaching tennis, he's learned to think about the game of tennis.
Yeah.
Which I think has probably helped him out a little bit as well. So working with the kids on the court, just started to think a little bit more about what you need to do on the tennis court, which I don't think he was very good previously.
Yeah, you definitely see that with a lot of young players who get into a bit of coaching and suddenly they start to figure out, well, this is what I can do because I've been telling this kid all day that this is what you need to do. So maybe I'll do that.
Exactly.
And that's the second set point that Callum's had that's just drifted long on that slice backhand. Will he get another one here? Thanks for your time, Ewan. Cheers for joining us.
Ewan McGinn, past All-American tennis player.
Yeah, how much do you think that plays in? Obviously, massive family sport, Mark. You know, for somebody like Callum, having a dad that's played to such a high level and involved in the game as well as a coach, do you think that's been a benefit for him, or do you think that's been a hindrance? What do you think of that?
I don't think it makes much difference, if I'm honest. I think every player is an individual. We'd have to ask Callum where he finds his inspiration from. I know so many players that come from a background of parents have never even played sport, that have gone on, love the game, ended up professionals, ended up coaches, ended up working within the game for 30, 40 years. And I know plenty of players who have parents who have been professionals who are not even interested in playing tennis. So I think every individual's different.
Yeah, certainly. Big moment for Adam Clooney here. Great point to get back into this set, keep chasing this set.
Second serve. What would you do here on your second serve, Dan?
I think knowing Adam Clooney, I'd probably go into the forehand here.
Slide down the tee.
Slide it down the tee, use the court.
It's gone backhand. Big rally this.
And I think that's why in the big moments you want to go into the Clooney forehand. I think the backhand he's not missing. He's not going to hurt you out that corner. He can definitely hurt you out the forehand corner, but when he's a little bit tight and he's not willing to swing away on the forehand, you're more likely to produce an error.
Didn't back himself, did he?
Not enough there, no. Went for the slice when he could have easily gotten the topspin forehand.
Juice, where are you going?
Got to use the court wide.
He went for it. More height.
And double fault.
Same situation, second serve, ad side, break point. Is he going to go tee? No.
Body into the backhand.
Carbon copy of the last rally, but he's gone backhand this time.
It's the right approach into the backhand, but maybe just not done with quite enough quality to find the challenging shot he needed for Clooney there. Quite a big game for that, Adam, don't you think?
It's keeping him in the set.
He's got to take advantage of this now and make Callum serve it out. A solid game here and make Callum serve out the set.
Does anybody want to be 3-5 serving?
Oh, definitely not. But I'd rather be 3-5 serving, having just
stayed in the set
at 5-2. That's the forehand again, going for the slice. Looked like maybe skidded off the line a little bit, but Adam very quickly going to that slice forehand. We saw Clooney do that a lot against Hamish Stewart earlier to good effect, but I don't feel like it's the same tactical tool for Adam. It seems like a bit more of a bailout shot than the kind of more tactical decision-making tool that Cameron Fryer's game is based around.
I agree. I like this. Both players reluctant to move forwards. Opportunity.
Strikes it, goes for it. I do think that partner play is good for Callum. He sliced a few into the Clooney forehand there, and he's not hugely confident going after it. Pushed most of those back in play. I think there are errors to be had out there, but yeah, you're right, missing opportunities to take the net there potentially as well.
Every player has a spot on the court where they don't like. I can see Clooney straight away. So anytime Callum's in trouble, he needs to find that spot. Anytime he's attacking, he needs to find that spot. If he can find it on the return of serve, he's straight away into the point. Callum has an area the same. Do you think Clooney knows it?
Well, that is the real question. Maybe less obvious in Callum's game. Perhaps some of the little short areas behind the slice where he's not that confident to come forward to the net and isn't really able to generate might be one of those kind of safer areas for Clooney to play into. But we'll see if he can exploit those kind of positions as this set progresses.
You watch a lot of videos of Federer, how often he would chip returns short inside the service line, drag players off the baseline, playing from a low position and forcing them to either move forwards or move forwards then retreat.
Adam very unhappy with the service call. He's like just gesticulating at the umpire.
Did you see it?
Very tight. I wouldn't like to make a call on it.
I think it was out.
Adam's pretty convinced of it, but they've been playing to the call of the umpires. He got one earlier on the McGinn off the McGinn racket, so that's 1-1. But this one coming maybe at a more significant moment in the set than Clooney's. Great third ball from Clooney there.
Double faults these guys hit because of the low ball toss.
Yeah, that low ball toss maybe costing them there, Mark. Just a little bit erratic and inconsistent.
Seems to be a common thing. Almost looks rushed in a lot of the players. I'm not just saying Adam Clooney, but I've seen 3, 4, 5, 6 different players low ball tosses. Now, nothing wrong with that.
What's going on here, Mark? So there's a little bit of debate about what the score is. The board shows
set is over.
The board shows juice, but
that was a great point.
Yeah, I had a sense it was game, but there's a little bit of debate as to what had happened. I'm not sure if they were still maybe debating that line call on the return. Board now updating to reflect the 6-3 score in that set. Back on. Hot mic. So how significant do you think that first set is?
It's always nice to go a set up. Callum will be feeling confident. Bouncing out the chair, jogging up to baseline, Rafa-esque.
And that's
then Clooney gone for a little break.
A little kit change, might be hard to tell them apart now. Clooney's changed the t-shirt. They're both in all black with a cap on and white shoes and using the same racket. Callum is currently at the far end of the court removing the ball. the ball tin.
Moving the ball tin because it's about a 30-mile-an-hour
Both
wind.
also wearing a left knee brace. So for any 7-year-olds tuning in, playing Spot the Difference, this is a real toughie. This is at the hard end of the book.
It's not really. Callum's really small. It's about a 1.5 foot smaller. Wild first shot. Really important to concentrate at the start of the second set, especially when you win the first. You don't want to give the guy confidence, you don't want to give him any sort of belief that he can get back into this. So really big first game.
Yeah, you can absolutely stifle any sense of a comeback if you can get to 2-love, get an early lead, get your teeth into the set early, and maybe they'll fall away. Perhaps not at this level. Clooney's been pretty good all week, battled through a few in 3 sets, had a really tough battle with Joe Gill that he came through. And then obviously winning in 3 against Pat Young. So maybe not the case here, but certainly Callum won't want to start with losing his serve. He'll want to get on top here early. Just been joined in the commentary by Craig Smith, our assistant referee and club coach here at Giffnock. How do you feel the South County captain's been getting on so far?
Yeah, he's got his work cut out, especially against the home favourite here. He's got a pretty good following, Callum, with lots of people at the club have come down to cheer him on. But he's also a very likeable guy himself. I know both of these guys very well. Taking Adam away on county cup trips for the south of Scotland. I've known Callum since he was really young as well. So it's actually really enjoyable to see these guys, contesting a semi-final of a Grade 1. Having known these guys for the majority of their playing life. So yeah, it's really exciting.
I'm just commenting on Adam Clooney, who's really improved markedly over the last few years. Not a bad junior, but by no means a top junior.
Yeah, he was someone who picked up a few results in juniors, but just it's taken a while, as many players do, to really find kind of solid feel about their game and the way they approach most of their matches. And he now is really starting to find his feet at this level, which is good to see. Just a few unforced errors keeping in here. Callum looking to get a solid start to this set. Really like the hold.
And a little bit uncharted territory here for Adam Clooney as well. I mean, it's his 3rd main draw appearance at the Giffnock British Tour. But last year was ended by quite a formidable opponent in Mason Dace. 1-3. Everyone calling that ball out. Callum's calling it out.
Everyone, all the fingers.
Adam in disagreement.
Yeah. I think it's when you're a player as well. Sometimes you get a feel off the racket when the ball leaves the racket. You think it feels bang on, but that time I think it did just push it long.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it went in. And then the year before, I mean, Adam would have been around Callum's age at that point in time and performed well against a Matt Earnshaw, who again another player who's improved considerably, but losing out 7-5 in the 3rd. But so not really made inroads at this level before.
No.
Uncharted territory for both players, even the slightly more experienced Adam Clooney.
Yeah. I think this may even be Callum McGinn's first match with a chair umpire.
That wouldn't surprise me actually. That's a great spot.
And also when you think he's got the chair umpires, line umpires, he's got a really big crowd here today at Giffnock watching the match. I was really unsure how he would react to that. It was a bit of for me it was a bit of a sink or swim, and it's really encouraging to see that both players, but in particular Callum, is kind of
definitely swimming at the moment.
Yeah, he's swimming at the moment. He's not letting it affect him.
I think
he's just kind of cracking on with his game.
I think what will help Callum here is last year's men's club championship final, which he'll be drawing upon. which was a well-attended event played on the same court.
Yeah.
Probably a similar attendance. Maybe slightly different in the regard that this is a Grade 1 event, but it was also his first chance to win the club championship, and the draw had opened up for him a little bit when top seed somehow made an exit. How did that happen? To Nikhil Brigada 4 and 5, and he took out the second seed in the previous round. So he played a 3-set match here, which he won.
Yep.
Put his name on the board alongside his dad's.
Yeah.
Alongside myself.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think for him, he'll be able to draw on that because the environment today feels very similar.
Oh, absolutely. He got so much confidence from that club champs run. You know, as you just said, the kind of environment that he's played in, it's got to have helped him in some way. Ahead of today.
Is that the first little piece of negativity from Callum? The body language there, a little bit of
Well,
frustration.
but I feel that, you know, just as I've mentioned before, you know, having been on court with both of these players, they are players who do get, you know, a little bit ratty with themselves. They can
definitely emotive, aren't they?
They sometimes do need to just get that kind of negativity out of their system. You know, not hold on to it, get rid of it, reset, and then get on with the next point. One thing I will say is,
and there's a real display of negativity there.
Yeah, that's
so
not
that's telling. So Mark and I had just been discussing how much Callum's improved in this area.
Yeah.
And now, first piece of pressure in the match. The only time he's really been tested.
Exactly.
And we're getting a little bit of a negative response. So this could be an interesting one to see how that impacts the points that are coming up.
Absolutely. You just mentioned a key word there in pressure. Absolutely. First time he's really been tested, especially on the serve.
Second serve now.
I mentioned during the start of this game, this is going to be a pretty important game for him to hold. He'd love to get off to a good start in the second set. But another unforced error, and that's Clooney. It's got the break. Start of the second set, looking to fight, come back.
Doesn't need to pull the trigger on that forehand there, does he? He's gone.
No, that's a little sign of impatience there. Just maybe some frustration in that last shot, but he's got to regroup now. So you mentioned the club You mentioned the club championship run, Dan. Just again, it was a very, very interesting year for results. Do you remember how you got on that club championship year at all?
I'm just reflecting back. I don't quite remember. I do remember a title though. I do remember winning. I do remember lifting a trophy at the end of the week.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. But it was a week where we had the juniors in Callum, and also you mentioned Nikhil earlier, Brigada, who was also managed to get into this year's Brit Tour. Unfortunately, losing out in a tight match tie.
I mean, it does really just go to show how close the level is between the bottom of the draw and the top. Nikhil taking a qualifying place and unfortunately losing in the second round of qualifying. But you know, just 10 months ago was in a match tie, in a full third set with Callum McGinn to win the club championships, who's potentially going to be our finalist and maybe even our winner if he wins 2 more matches.
It's when you run out of stuff to no chance.
Another visible display of frustration from McGinn there. I think this was really the undoing of Yardley in the previous semi-final on here was her kind of positivity and self-belief. And I'm as a Giffnock member, and I'm obviously partnering Callum in doubles later. I'm hopeful that he kind of starts to show a little bit more positivity because he is a set up. He is in the semi-final. He hasn't lost a set yet at this tournament. And there's lots to be happy about.
There is, you know full well those things kind of go out the window when you're in the heat of battle. He won't be thinking about his set record in any other match right now. He'll be thinking about his last game, losing
Yeah,
the serve,
last
getting
game.
broken, trying to get back into this, just trying to claw his way back in, find some of that form that got him that first set. It was a pretty convincing first set of tennis from McGinn. I couldn't possibly have any bias. I'm a fan of tennis at the moment.
And the tennis has been good. Second serve here, a little opening from McGinn to potentially get back to 30 all.
It's really interesting to see just the style that both of these players are playing in just now. What has given them so much success in the previous rounds is their willingness to move forward. You'll take the ball early, come into that front half off the court, try and cut the point short, take time away.
Yeah,
They're just getting into a little bit of a hitting battle at the moment, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's the case there. Callum McGinn forcing that because he probably didn't want the volley.
But that's a sensational return.
That's the best return we've seen all day on any court.
Wonder who you learned that from.
Certainly not from me. Yeah, I think it's interesting not came forward that much. Why do you think that is? Because it has been successful for both players throughout the tournament.
I think it's just the kind of, like, again, we've talked about the occasion, we've talked about, hold on, we've got another disputed line call.
That serve getting called out?
It's very difficult for me. It did look as if it just maybe caught the back edge of the line, but as you mentioned earlier, we are viewing through window, fence and at an angle.
And I think that's maybe Patrick Young and Cam Fryer making some inroads on court 3 in the double semi-final. Oh, a double clip off the net card falling the way of Callum McGinn.
Our tournament director.
Completely unbiased again. Tournament director who assigned Callum the wild card. Not at all putting his hands above his head and cheering for that net card.
I think he's maybe cheering just for the performance of the net card and the tightness of that.
The tightness, which he insists upon for the Giffnock Open.
Standards are high.
Net posts are reinforced to take the force of that tension.
Have been, but a lot of work happened on these courts between last year and now. Net posts included.
I think one thing as well that's worth noting is these guys in the route to this match have played a lot of adults. They've played seniors. They've played Pat Young. They've played Ewan McIntosh. And those guys are more willing to come forward, and they're also maybe slightly better than these two guys in defence as well. And I'm wondering if against those guys they maybe didn't want to be standing trading blows, and they thought, I'll come forward, I'll finish off the point. Whereas now are they thinking, it's almost a junior match. Adam's only just out of juniors. Callum's still in juniors. Is that why they're leaning into that baseline play?
Yeah, very possibly. You know, Callum did enter and play in this year's junior championships in 18 and under. Did pick up the title. But again, it's just the style of play between juniors and seniors so different. And this does, as you say, it does look a little bit more like a junior tennis match.
And then
maybe just throwing the two off a little bit.
Yeah, interestingly, Callum actually probably his toughest match of the last 2 weeks potentially came against Freddie Mailer.
Yeah.
Was that in the semi-final or the final?
No, that was final.
That was the final of the 18 under event. Who I think himself would admit is not of the same calibre of some of the opponents he's played so far this week. Freddie, a fantastically promising young Scot, who I'm sure will be looking to play at this level here in the future. But not yet of the level of the main draw players here that these guys have overcame, and that was the match that Callum potentially struggled the most with. Although won the match 3-1, the first set definitely more competitive than the scoreline would suggest.
100%, and you know, as I mentioned, just being the referee in that event, It was Freddie. It was Freddie who came through a tough tie against Nikhil. Who we mentioned previously as well as a 10-7 winner. Got a retirement in the semi-final. But looked tired as well. I think he's up to the amount of tennis he's playing again. He's enjoying his tennis a lot more, Freddie. It was great to see him back on court. Callum just in the final just made more balls.
But Callum definitely tested more in that junior event, wasn't he? Quarter-final 4-4 against Alistair Lowe.
Yes.
And then Yinghan Ho.
Yeah.
Yinghan Ho, sorry. Match tie-break with Callum McGinn, but probably neither quite making it into the main draw here, but maybe qualifying players maybe struggling against qualifying, but tested young McGinn, who has really been untested in the main draw thus far.
And in particular that semi-final that he played, Callum coming back from 6-1 down in that first set, showing a good bit of grit, good bit of resilience, which has always served him well coming into the second week of tennis here at Giffnock.
2-love here, 30-15 McGinn. Callum looking to steady the ship with a comfortable hold.
Got to think the plan from Clooney now has just got to keep the ball in court, make Callum play, try and force the error.
Good variety from Callum there, changing it up. And another slice. Back to hitting.
Resolving a food issue here.
Yeah, food was one of the benefits that is presented to the players, but also to the officiating team. Free food for all the players remaining in the draw at this point. There's food for the seeded players earlier in the week, and Smithy tucking into what looks like a little curry from the kitchen.
Balti curry.
Chicken Balti curry with a little naan. So really good job done by Amy and Jane and the bar team to keep everybody fueled up over the week.
Fantastic.
Break point, Clooney. Great second serve, but an even better return, and Callum can't quite control that slice backhand.
Absolutely tough on that backhand side, they stretched wide. Tried to float it, tried to be defensive, give himself enough time, but just pushes it long, and that gives Adam a 3-love lead in this second set here.
Yeah, maybe tried to find that weak spot on the Clooney forehand where you slice it in. That really would have helped neutralise, but perhaps from a position that challenging, the extra length that the court gives you cross court would have been a more intelligent option at that moment in time.
Absolutely.
But easy to say that in retrospect when you miss the slice backhand line.
Of course, going over the higher part of the net there as well.
Yeah, had to flight it a little bit extra, didn't he? So that's carried it. So
just adds to the level of difficulty in that shot, and just pushing it slightly past the baseline.
There's fine margins in these games, though. And
there is. Clooney serving here with a 3-love lead. kick us off, but you've got to feel, looking at the head-to-head from these players, played each other 3 times, Adam taking the victory 3 times. It's got to give him a little bit of confidence after fighting back, going up in the second set. A great 1-2 there.
Sorry, what have I missed, Smithy?
We were just talking, it was good 1-2 in the last point from Clooney, put the serve out wide, finished off with a cross-court forehand winner. But also just been mentioning the head-to-head record between the players. Clooney with a 3-3.
Yeah, that was last year. That was last year at the White Craigs Easter tournament. We spoke a little bit about that, and had various different opinions on how much that'll have an impact today. I'm of the opinion that it's not really that relevant, considering the improvements Callum's made since that Giffnock Club Championship run, and particularly since the win over Owen Haddon in the semi-final, a former 2-time champion here.
And that is going to do no favours for Callum's confidence.
No, he's getting a little bit negative now. But yeah, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? The head-to-head impact, the impact from the White Craigs Easter tournament match in the TS Open Tour last year.
Yeah, I think it's very, as we've said previously, it's very easy to sit here and pass judgment, and what's going through the player's mind is anyone's guess, really. But yeah, just knowing these 2 guys, as we've talked about already, spent a bit of time on court with them, spent a bit of time travelling, in team events. I think it will be in the back of their minds. Callum maybe just thinking about that at the start of the second set when he got a little bit tight. Finally an opportunity to get a notch against Clooney.
He'll be disappointed with how he started this set for sure on reflection.
He's in control.
Gap opening up a little bit in this set. Clooney's won 16 of the 26 points played, 27 points played now, so is in a little bit more of a dominant position at the moment, but juice here, and we all know how quickly it can turn. The first set only separated actually by 1 point. Callum McGinn actually winning 28 points to Clooney's 29 in that first set.
Just goes to show you can obviously play and win more points than your opponent, but if they just do it at the better times in the set, it's going to open up the lead for them.
Not actually sure how that's mathematically possible from the stats, given that
it may be the stats for the whole.
Maybe a slight error, given that slight problem at the end of the set with the score.
We'll blame that one on our president, Gerard McGinn.
Yeah, definitely a Gerard McGinn problem. The inaccurate stats. Who isn't even on site, but still his fault.
Dan, the stat man, not happy.
And that's a good forehand from Clooney. So you see that shot there, we weren't getting any of that at all in the first set. He was really pushing it, he looked tentative going forward. That's a real step up and really showing the confidence that lead has given him.
He just looks a little bit more relaxed as well. His arms loosening up, he's hit through the ball, he's really committed to each shot. And you can see after that point just a little shake of the racket. His head's up now.
And now one more games overall than Callum, so perhaps tide turning.
And Callum will notice that as well. Callum will be able to tell the difference.
although the crowd here at Giffnock Tennis Club is massively behind Callum McGinn here. Clearly Clooney getting a little bit of the support on the YouTube feed. Clooney, a great guy. I mean, well liked. Nobody has anything bad to say about Adam Clooney. So not surprising that the guys that aren't here, who live maybe further away, given he's a player from the borders.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not any disrespect to Callum. You know, the same way that the support from here is any disrespect for Adam. It's just getting behind your mates or who you've had, you've been in a team with, who's from your area. Both these guys are great guys.
Yeah,
it's great to see them both compete in a semi-final in a Grade 1. Can't give them both enough credit for that.
A little bit of positivity from Callum there. That was a good forehand, and maybe the body line was starting to shift just a little bit.
He's got to do something to dig himself out of the hole he's in at the moment.
One question I've got for you about these guys is how big a part do you think team tennis plays in these guys' development? I mean, Adam Clooney plays the East of Scotland leagues for St Serfs.
Yeah.
He's been playing the West of Scotland leagues for Whitecraigs, who have unfortunately been relegated following years of success. I mean, Premier League winners probably less than 10 years ago, Scottish Cup finalists, and also top 8 in the UK, losing out very narrowly to the Queen's Club at the NPL only 4 years ago to be relegated out of the top 8 clubs in Glasgow. But Adam Clooney playing for them. And then Callum McGinn, obviously turning out week in, week out for Giffnock in junior and in adult leagues. Like, how do you think that factors into their development as young players?
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. I mean, you're in those teams with some really experienced players. Callum recently moving up from making the jump from second to first team, much to my disappointment. But he's surrounded by just some serial winners in that team. Not just yourself, Dan, but others in there. And it really does wonders for the mentality and the belief.
Yeah, I mean, Callum McGinn this year has had the opportunity to partner guys like Callum McGeoch. And I don't want to speak too highly of him because I'm about to go and play him, but one experienced head to be on court with you and talking you through it. And secured some really good wins. I mean, beating Newland's first couple with Callum, an outstanding performance, really.
Yeah, really phenomenal. And it's always the case when you get juniors and the kind of surroundings of having a top adult team. How are they going to react to it? Are they going to? Well, I've said this before. Are they going to sink or swim? And he's absolutely just risen to it. And I think the last 12 months for Callum have been absolutely massive. They've been absolutely massive for him. And same thing for Adam. I mean, that St Serfs team is very, very strong. I mean, you've got guys like Jed Alexander,
Liam
Hignett, Joe Miller, Rob Wishart, all these kind of guys. Is Rob Wishart up there?
No, I think you're waffling.
I'm maybe thinking about the Whitecraigs team. Maybe that's
Whitecraigs team's got Joe Miller in it. Joe Miller, actually a Lomond Park player in the East Leagues, turning out alongside myself. He had a great season with Jamie Martin, who I'm sure will be tuning in from Australia, where he's just recently moved for a coaching job, joining Scottish tennis legend Lloyd Greatorex Watson, currently living together. That can only be carnage. Both former Giffnock Open players. Yeah. Jamie Martin, I think you'll remember, really tested Vincent Gillespie one year here in the first round.
He did.
But yeah, so getting to play alongside guys like Jed Alexander, last year's finalist here, will have done wonders for Adam's game in the same way that Callum's game has been hugely aided by getting to partner guys like Callum McGeoch.
100%.
Big hitting. McGinn wins the exchange.
Maybe just beginning to strike the ball a little cleaner now.
Do you think this set's gone, or do you think he can turn it from here?
No, I think he's got the opportunity to turn it if he just... He's got to get his head in the right place first of all. One thing about tennis, Dan, is it isn't over until it's over.
Definitely the toughest part, isn't it? You can't get a 1-0 lead and hold out for the draw.
No.
You have to get over the line.
Yeah. Just again another showing of frustration. Possibly just feeling it's more disappointment in himself for missing that ball than anything.
Yeah, and a chance to break back there as well and put Clooney under some more pressure. Great serve.
Fantastic.
5-1. Great serve. Callum McGinn solid enough there. I'd have liked to have seen him go for the smash. I think that he could have hit that smash. He's very good overhead. And he created the opportunity there. Obviously, wants to keep competing in this set. Doesn't want to take the risk. But I would love to see him go for it. There, I love McGinn, second serve. And a double fault.
He's got to just find a way to get this out of the system and almost you feel reset for the final set.
He's looking like he's whinging a little bit now. It doesn't look like a semi-final senior performance at a grade 1 from a player that's a set up and.
Well, it's fair. I've seen that kind of whinging before, usually from his dad. But you know, he's got to get out of the system. I'm sure you're gonna love me for saying that.
And there he is, brave coming into the net there. I want to see more of that from him. I want to see more of that from him.
He's got to ask the question of Adam. It'd be interesting to see in the stats just how many of these points have been won from unforced errors.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have that stat, but
just getting refreshing some of the stats to try and find that, but
yeah, we don't get the unforced error count, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely been a few sensational return of serve on court number 3 there.
Yeah, it's a pity we're only live streaming one of the courts. It'd be nice to get some eyes on the doubles next door as it is.
Yeah, and that's somewhere we've maybe taken a step back from last year. I believe we did have some support from the Tennis Scotland media team of Callum McGinn, who provided streaming equipment for Court 2. It'd be great to see that back again for next year, and I know that that's something that a few people have asked about, and that players have been keen to play on Court 2, especially ones that have travelled quite far to allow their friends and family to watch back at home. But if we could do that on 2 courts, that would be another step on for what's been an incredible event this year.
Absolutely, we're always trying to find ways of enhancing the event for players, for parents, for family watching. Understand, not everybody can come to the club, to support their family or friends. So any way we can make that more accessible, we're always keen to do. So yeah, I think the live streaming next year on multiple courts will be something that we have a serious look at and see if we can make that happen for everybody.
A little bit of Stirling Uni interest in this match as well. So we've got Adam Clooney coming in as second team captain at the university next year. It's really a testament to the strength of players at Stirling University that a player of Adam Clooney's calibre could be a second team player as a Grade 1 semi-finalist. Although maybe a slightly different dynamic match to play in indoor hard, not outdoor AstroTurf, and that perhaps is not in Adam's favour, but he is the second team captain. Callum McGinn, potentially a Stirling University player next year. So he is currently in the process of applying for university and may attend there next year.
You mentioned a lot of the players being used to indoor hard. The outdoor Astro is something that does throw up some shock results. You can put it that way. We lost half the seeds after the second day of main draw play.
And I think a real testament to the level of the Scottish players on this particular surface, where it is a surface that players are learning the game on.
Yeah.
The 4 semi-finalists are all Scottish.
Yeah.
All the top English players in the event have been removed from the draw by the guys that have been competing today.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, although there has been a big change in in clubs across Scotland and the rest of the UK, we're getting fewer and fewer clubs that have artificial grass as their main surface. So a lot have switched to artificial clay.
I think there's probably more Scottish players playing outdoors through the winter. Yeah. There's less indoor facility, less indoor access than some of the top players in England would find. And I think even if they're playing on maybe artificial clay, they'll still be able to transfer a lot of those skills to this surface, where somebody coming perhaps that's been training internationally on outdoor hard or clay, or that's been training at one of the many top quality indoor centres in England, will find a tougher transition.
Absolutely, just the accessibility is much more in this part of the UK compared to others for indoor courts. We do have a saying, at the coaching team here in Giffnock, if you just hate the rain and you hate the wind, you'll just never play tennis.
Yeah, you'll never play.
You'll never play tennis, and it does build a little bit of resilience, if you want to call it that, to the elements. There's a bit of familiarity about it.
Yep, but then possibly limits players when they then go and play university tennis and they're having to play indoors, or they're going to the States and they're playing outdoor hard, and that transition becomes difficult for them. But when we play domestically, the Scottish players are showing that they really do have as high a level of play as anywhere else in the country from their performances this week.
Always two sides to a coin, Dan.
Couple of loose errors here from Adam to start this service game.
Yeah, I just think Callum putting a few more balls in court, asking the question.
Love 30 now. Would you rather be in Adam's shoes right now or Callum's? Got the set under the belt, Callum, but well down in this set, or Adam's?
That is a very tough one to call. I think if you look at the way that Adam's played throughout this set, it's very tough to pass down that opportunity to be serving for the set
with the momentum.
But
love 30.
Love 30.
15-30.
15-30. I was just saying, Callum's just swinging through the ball a little bit freer, a little bit more. But an error there. Irrespective of the result, it's great to see these two guys contesting one of the semi-finals.
Breakpoint Cal.
Don't expect a big reaction if he manages to get this break. From Callum and the crowd.
Long walk for the ball there from Callum.
Just kind of breaking things up, making Adam wait.
Adam frustrated with that from Callum, or is he just frustrated with where the ball ended up?
Probably a bit of both. But a
double
fall
fall.
there, that's not what we want to see.
That facial expression kind of indicated that might happen, didn't it?
One thing that is pretty noticeable just sitting inside, Dan, is crowd level has dropped outside.
Yeah, it's got quieter, huh? We're getting on a bit now though, it's 8 o'clock. We did have a number of the club's juniors down watching. They've kind of headed home probably because of the lateness of the match.
On the mini course.
Or due to the amount of tennis that's been on there.
Inspiring them.
Gone and started playing, either inspired by the tennis or lost interest in the tennis, and they're now playing on the minis. And then a number of our members have drifted on to courts 5 and 6, where they're now playing doubles. So there's 8 members on there now playing, which has maybe dropped the support for Callum McGinn ever so slightly on court 2. But now getting his teeth into this as well. So if he can get this game and ask the question of
you got to think if he makes a few first serves here, it's got to boost his confidence. And then the ball really is in Clooney's court.
There was a brief visit to the commentary box from Mark Openshaw. I'm not sure where he's headed off to now. It looks like he's outside watching. He's abandoned half a pint on a table behind us.
Well, I can tell you that is very uncharacteristic of him.
Unlike him.
Very uncharacteristic.
He must have forgot about it while picking up 2 more at the bar, Smithy.
I've seen it happen before. I do know that he did go and meet friend and fellow coach Anthony Harmon.
Yeah, I believe they're outside, so I think they'll be coming back in to do some more commentary later.
I believe so.
I think Ant and Mark will be commentating the men's doubles semi-final, which will follow this match. That could be a little bit of a wait for that one, because this one could be going to 3 sets. And we've got Heidi just refueling in front of us, getting ready to go and play ladies doubles.
An absolute marathon match earlier. I believe it was around 3 hour 20 minute mark, so can understand she'll be taking every minute of that allocated rest.
Yeah, she'll be wanting to see that doubles match on court 3 go to 3 sets, maximise the rest time.
5 sets, I think she's thinking.
She's asking for 5. They've retired it at Wimbledon, but she's requested it here at the Giffnock Open.
It's going to be lovely.
Heidi indicating she maybe wants to get on a little bit quicker than that before the body stiffens up too much.
Yeah, again, just on court now, Clooney showing little signs of frustration.
That was a chance as well. I don't think Clooney wants to serve this out. I think he wants the break here.
He would 100%
obviously, to state the obvious.
Yeah. But you got to think, like, if you're going into a final set, you want to have the serve as the first game. Twice, and Cal just pushing that
just
one
long. Definitely long. Callum looks like he doesn't believe it, but
no,
definitely
I think he knew it. I think he was maybe just hoping for a call on his side of the court to be out. But Clooney judging those 2 shots to perfection.
Brings up set point. Callum wanting a first serve surely here.
Where do you think he's going, Dan?
Personally, I'm going into the Clooney forehand, but McGinn been going body backhand a lot here.
I think flat out wide. Let's see.
And now on to the second. Surely going to go body backhand now.
Yeah, he's got to kick it, get that extra height on.
Yeah, good height on it. And he's in control of the point.
Great depth again.
Ooh, gets him with the slap.
Big reaction there as well.
yeah, Callum in control for most of that point there, and probably the deserving winner of it. Still work to do though. He's giving it the cheer. It's got the clap.
Come on, trying to get the crowd back behind them again.
But still juicier. Lots of work to do.
Let's see official Owen Roy behind Callum, hoping not to get slide tackled.
Yeah, there's a reasonably good French player that tried to do that last week, was there not?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Oh, Eric Cantona?
Cantona? No. That was a member of the crowd he tried to fight with.
I see.
Gail Monfils.
Monfils. An absolute legend. Owen not budging with that slide tackle.
Steel ankles.
Steel ankles.
Great wide serve. That's the one you said he was going to give it on the last point.
Yeah, he's made it this time. He's opened up the court. Hits into it. There you go.
Good hold.
And moving forward after that as well.
Asks the question of Adam Clooney now.
Got to give him some confidence. Clooney had a chance to serve it out.
And he now knows even if Clooney serves it out here, he will get to serve first in the next set.
Exactly.
He won't want that, but it is a slight advantage if he gets to do that. It's going to be a late night of play here. Still a ladies doubles match to take place on court 3 and a men's doubles match to follow this one on court 2.
Yeah, I mean, depending on which of these two matches finishes first, it may very well put the ladies on court 2. Just with the time. Play here only allowed up until 10:30 with the floodlights.
I believed it was 11 o'clock.
Is that 11 o'clock?
I
They may
think
have
it
asked
might be
for
11.
a special exemption, but regardless, we will make sure we get it done.
Yeah, well, we're at 8:20 just now, so I mean, if this was to go to 3 sets, it could be a 9:30 finish.
Dan, we will get play done by hook or by crook.
Richard Cook, the resident tournament director here, he's responsible for putting together this fantastic event. A real showpiece in the Scottish calendar. Probably the best tennis event in Scotland, I would say, certainly for players of this level. I know there's great events at North Berwick and there's great events at Nairn, which takes place this week, but this really is the standout event in the Scottish Summer of Tennis. So a massive thank you to Richard Cook, who has really constructed this event from a medium-sized Grade 3 tournament to a British national level spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously share those sentiments. Being involved with the organisation as well would be a little bit wrong for me to bam up too much. But yeah, look, it is a very enjoyable event to be a part of. I have chair umpired a couple of finals here.
So Zoe Moffat informed us of earlier.
Yeah, it was a very good referee performance, but
can't keep everyone happy, can you, Smithy?
You never can.
15-all.
Speaking of happy, McGinn looking a little bit happier now.
That body language has changed, hasn't it?
It's changed massively.
His demeanour.
He's looking just striding about with a bit of confidence now.
I think that's where Callum, if he wants to establish himself at this level on a regular basis, because this is a standout performance from Callum this week, he needs to be able to bring that demeanour under a little bit more pressure when he's down, when he's just made a couple of mistakes.
Absolutely. I think you see the difference between the top guys in UK tennis and ladies in UK tennis. They take a lot more time, a lot of them in between points.
Yeah.
Callum, we're talking about these guys still kind of fresh out of juniors. Callum still in juniors. They play the points very quick in between each point. It's nice to see him just take a little bit of time. And that error just brings up 4-15 and the set point for Adam. You got to think he's thinking, rubbing his hands at those unforced errors.
Alwyn calling that wide, I thought long.
I thought it was wide.
A little bit of a delay again here. We know how Adam responded to that last time. Hopefully he can settle himself here for this serve. And that's it. It's in.
Line ball. Line ball called good by the chair umpire. Adam not querying it though, seems to be happy enough with it.
Yeah, I think that one might be just the distance for me. I mean, I'm looking at that again through the window, through the net and the fence. So
it's a very good point that I feel I have to know that when you are watching these matches from this distance, sometimes you do believe that there is a ball that is in or out that is actually incorrect. Parents, take note.
Yeah, I think that's a good one for all the parents and players that are listening to take note of. You know, people aren't perfect, and it's not always a malicious thing, and sometimes it's just a mistake. So I'm seeing that ball long, but everyone else isn't. It's just one of those things.
You had any experience in the chair at all, Dan?
No, I've not had any experience in the chair. A little bit of court supervising, quite a lot of refereeing.
Yep.
But I don't believe I've ever chair umpired a match.
It was something that was quite common maybe 10 years or so ago at Moffat tournament.
Yeah.
Where Moffat 18 and under players,
yeah,
as part of their entries, would referee some of the junior matches or fellow players' matches in their age group.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've really lost a little bit, and a double fault there from Clooney. I think that's something we maybe lost a little bit, because I think that really does help the players when they end up in this kind of situation with a chair umpire empathise with the difficulty of the task that they're presented with. It also gives them some great skills to really take out of this, because you know there are great careers out there in tennis, and you see the chair umpires here that have potentially been down at Wimbledon yourself, that referees for a lot of your working life. So always missed that. That's a terrible error at that situation, and it gets a clap from the crowd. That'll be hard for him to take as well.
Very difficult. That'll be very, very difficult.
He played the better point. He absolutely deserved that on level of tennis, but just didn't have the nerve.
You know, Callum now with the break point, walking for the ball on the other side, just making Adam wait,
leaving him thinking about that.
And he's got a lot to think about if he does get broken here.
I certainly remember those kind of matches with guys like Craig Severin climbing into the chair. I'm not sure if that's allowed anymore, is it? With the LTA, how do the LTA look at that these days?
Likely wouldn't be allowed. It has to be an official application.
Big point from Clooney.
But just talking about, you know, when you are in the chair and the difficulty that it throws up. I remember being in the chair for the Brodies event, and one year we had Mark Philippoussis, who, you know, used to be serving at 140, he's probably now serving at 130, and you are having to call it out on the centre service line. Not easy.
Not an easy task, not an easy task at all.
That is a great
serve
though.
Easy to call that in.
Unbelievable. Under pressure.
Brings up another set point. How will Callum respond? Second serve, chance again. Callum going to step up the court here. No, thought about it. Walks back.
I think you've got to go for this.
Wanting to get a full cut at the ball from distance behind the baseline. Another double fault from Clooney. Twice now that he's double faulted on set point.
How do you deal with those mistakes, Dan, as a player? You know, he's played a long set of tennis, he's been 5-2 up.
Yeah, he's probably tired coming off the 6 matches to get to this point in the event, this being his 7th match.
But I tell you, that's how you deal with it.
That's how you deal with it.
Throw down another ace.
Yeah, Callum not hitting a lot of tennis balls at the moment. Aces and double faults. Hopefully he has the confidence this time to produce a serve.
Got to think, does he roll it in? Does he just guarantee?
Safe. I would be going for a save first here. He doesn't though, he goes to the big wide one again.
He's putting a bit of extra pressure on himself here.
I think Callum quite likes that wide return as well, even if he makes that.
He does.
And a great solid point from Clooney to finish the set. A set all. Callum will be frustrated at that. Got his level up at the end of the set, but maybe a little bit too little too late.
interview.
Oh.
I'm just joined at the end of that set by Heidi. Heidi will know exactly what it feels like to be in this situation. She was there just a few hours ago as she battled past Summer Yardley. Heidi, what will the boys be feeling right now out there?
Probably be feeling really tight, I can't lie, because obviously it's a big tournament, they're in the semis, and at the end of the day it's anyone's to win, so I think they've just got to produce a really good level, like as they have been doing, and yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to be feeling it a little bit. You were obviously feeling it a little bit out there in your match. You did a fantastic job to bring your best level at the end in that tiebreak. What did you do to overcome those nerves?
I was just like, what will be, and I just hit the hardest serves that I could and just hoped that she couldn't get them back. So it's kind of like a hope game.
I think that's in some ways a freeing mentality, isn't it? If you just accept that it could go either way, and that playing your best tennis as you did will allow you to maybe overcome your opponent at the end of the day. So a massive well done for your performance there. How are you feeling looking at tomorrow's final? Obviously played quite a lot of tennis today. You still have some doubles to follow. Mm-hmm. Is your mind on the doubles? Is your mind on the singles? How are you feeling?
It's on the doubles for now. Take it one match at a time.
Yeah. And do you have any thoughts going into tomorrow's final? Have you played your opponent tomorrow before?
Yes, I have, and I haven't really had much success in the past. But you know, it will be a good match. We're both good players, so what will be. I just hope we can just put on a good match for everyone.
Well, wishing you luck tomorrow. Congratulations on all your successes so far, and good luck in your doubles match, which is to follow. We're gonna get back onto this match between Adam Clooney and home favourite Callum McGinn as we head into a deciding set. Thank you very much, Heidi.
Thank you.
So do you think, Dan, whoever gets off to the better start here is gonna see it through, or could we see another epic like Heidi's match from earlier?
Well, it wasn't the most confident end to the set from Clooney, so I wouldn't be surprised even if he gets off to a start if it's tough to get over the line. Yeah. I think he's capable. He did it yesterday. He got a 6-love second set yesterday actually. But Callum McGinn showing some grit at the end of that set as well. So, you know, it really could go either way in my opinion.
One thing that Callum did really well in his quarter-final was, you know, when the kind of chips were down, when he had to play his best tennis to get over the line, he was very confident, hit through the ball, struck it well. He didn't get tight, and you want to see if he's able to. Both players are able to kind of find that level of tennis.
Well, that's what we're hopeful for here. Obviously, the ladies' semi-final that preceded this got a little bit tight at times. Ended with a really good quality tie-break. We'd love to see that level all the way through, but we know that that's not always possible when players are most tired, most nervous, and have the most on the line. So we'll see how it goes.
We are playing for a little bit of cash here as well.
Yeah, I think that'll be hugely impactful for Callum and Adam, both. You know, Callum coaching at the club regularly, and I know how much the money that he makes from that is helping him out with being able to play his tennis and enjoy himself as a teenager. And I know that for Adam Clooney, the same can be said for him as a student. We've just been joined by Aunt Hardiman. Aunt Hardiman, have you been watching the singles so far?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? What do you make of the match so far?
Other than they look like twins out there, no, just haven't really made many adjustments, hasn't it? It's been very.
They're both quite confident in that style they've set out with from the start, aren't they?
Yeah, they've almost played the same way since the word go, I would say. Very much, you know, just looking to both trying to get on the forehand as much as possible. Just trying to get big and almost just rush the other person into mistakes rather than trying to construct points too much. I would have thought.
So we have been talking then a little bit just about the kind of the lack of forward movement coming to the net, shortening the points down. Do you think that's pretty typical for guys this age when they're playing at this kind of level, this length?
I don't know. I think you see a little bit more transition to the net in tennis now than you were maybe say 5-10 years ago. I just think the surface lends itself to hitting the ball big and through it because you get mistakes, aren't you? So you know they're both trying to if they get a bit of time on the ball, they're trying to just hit it big. They're playing like a lot through the middle of the court as well. They're not really playing with a lot of width and creating any space. They're just kind of backing themselves to get a big shot in and kind of force the mistake, and that just seems to be the pattern of the match all the way through.
I think as well, it's quite hard to actually wind up in a forehand because you don't have a lot of time, so it's hard to set up for an approach shot and find that time to come in, and they don't look like they want to do it behind the serve. So it lends itself to baseline tennis.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, if you're looking at it, it's a little bit like a WTA match, a little bit in the sense that they are just basically trying to get a big strike in and see who can stay on top. Points are a little bit like pinball, aren't they? You know, they're waiting for just someone to they're playing a really high tempo, and just waiting for one of them to. Neither of them really opening their hands up and maybe changing the pace or playing with a bit of shape or a bit of slice. There's not a lot of width. So as we say, as I say that, Callum tries to kind of
get the slice out, but then misses it. Maybe that's why he's opting for that top spin option more often.
Yeah, and I think Callum in particular looks like he's got a few more strings to his bow. He just doesn't really kind of lose them just yet.
Yeah, I think we were saying earlier in the tournament, Callum and Adam were coming forward quite readily, but this match has been more reflective of a junior tennis match than maybe their earlier outings against slightly stronger opponents, perhaps, or more accomplished opponents, certainly.
Yeah, I think so. And again, like I said, repeat yourself, but I think the surface lends itself to that a little bit. It is a quick court. Yeah, and I think they are getting a little bit of help out of the court, so they're kind of, it's almost intuitively, they're back and that's what they're going for. They're just trying to, get a little bit of help out of the court in terms of pace of it. That's why I think this match at the minute is just going to come down to who makes the most first serves and puts the most returns in, because the points are all getting played very similar, aren't they?
Yeah. I totally agree.
Maybe as the points get a little bit more value now we're into the third set, you might see, Callum got an early lead, didn't he, in the first set? Kind of dominated the first set. Maybe he might play with a little bit more value now in the third because he doesn't have that buffer anymore. Might make him make a few adjustments because I do think he's got the game to do that.
Yeah, he's got a really well-rounded skill set, Callum.
He really does,
and I think over the next few years we'll see Callum on the TS Open Tour and British Tour, really honing that and hopefully using the full court more.
Yeah, I do rate him actually because he's obviously he's a bit of a late developer, isn't he, physically as well. He's got really nice timing. Ball comes out of his strings really well. I think he's got a lot of potential. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if both of the lads, either of the lads, can make some adjustments in this third set. So it goes on. I do think the tennis has been relatively low percentage at times, and now as we get into a third, we'll get a little bit tighter. We might see more mistakes, or we might see them play with a little bit more margin, maybe.
Yeah, that's a really interesting insight, Anne. Thanks for that. Really appreciate it. I know those listening will be disappointed that Mark Openshaw's only commentated this match for about 25 minutes, as he was the listed commentator for the match. But he looks like he's enjoying himself on the beers with Ant here, while he watches some crafty tennis and a really nice put away from Clooney there.
That again, well constructed points, a bit of transition to the net. We haven't seen a lot of that, have we?
There's a little bit more margin there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the start of somebody changing something. Clooney, the slightly older guy, maybe a little bit more experience, might just come forwards.
Yeah, well, even though he won that last set, Callum was certainly starting to get the momentum back at the end of the set, so Clooney potentially will still be looking for changing something, even though he won that preceding set 6-4, because he did have that quite commanding lead.
Yeah, he hung on to it in the end, didn't he?
Yeah. So maybe he's the guy that will be looking to change something.
Who do you think feels better right now?
I think with the way that second set finished off, I think I'd rather be in Callum McGinn's shoes. Usually I would rather be in the shoes of the person that's closed out that set. But he's got that first game under his belt. He had the momentum at the end of the second. Adam's level has dipped a little bit at the end of that second set. I think I'd rather be there. But you look like you've reacted like you'd rather be in Adam's shoes. What do you think, Mark? Would you rather be in Adam's shoes?
Not necessarily, no. Somebody definitely has to change something. I think if they both continue to do what they do, it's 50-50 who wins the match. But if somebody actually changes something in a way that can make a difference, I think they swing it to 70-30. And it might just be moving forwards. It might run once a game. It doesn't have to be every single point. Just make that extra return, make that first serve, up the percentage by 10%. That could make the difference.
Yeah, I think if either of the lads has a real dip in first serve percentage or something, it could be really costly. I do get the impression from the first two sets though that Callum really backs himself in terms of like kind of like stroke through. I think he really fancies himself in the points. I think he feels like he has a little bit of the edge in timing and stuff like
when
that.
When they're in this situation here, I'm backing Callum 9 out of 10.
Yeah, and I think
this is showing right now.
Yeah, and I think Callum backs himself as well. That's why I don't think we've seen, even though we talked earlier on, Dan, as you mentioned earlier on, I think he's got the skill set to make adjustments. I think the reason he hasn't made them, I think he really does kind of feel like he does have the edge.
Yeah, I think he's found it. And I think doing what I'm doing,
it's going to be enough. Yeah.
Even if it's 7-5.
He did drop off at the start of the second. He had a bit of an adrenaline dump, didn't he, after the first set? You know, had a bit of a slow start in the second. Yeah, and I think other than that, I think he feels that he's had the better of the exchanges. That's possibly why he's not making the adjustments. Doesn't mean it's the correct thing to do. I think he could be making life a lot easier for himself out there, but I do think that's what's going on.
And so these guys are decent juniors, obviously. 18, 17 years old, they'll be in and about it. Lots of potential, but what's the difference between this and a real world-class 18, 19, 20-year-old?
I think what we've been talking about at this moment in time is probably not really ball striking and stuff. There'll be some things. There will be elements of it, you know, whether they've spent as much time on courts with as many quality, you know, sparring partners and training partners as some of the top players. But I think the big thing is, like what we've talked about already, you know, the ability to make adjustments in match, you know, to make in-game decisions, you know, and to kind of, you know,
that
do things.
Competitive
it's just
ability.
You know, just respecting and understanding the rules.
There's a tops. Dan, do you want what was that?
I'm okay, thank you.
I didn't hear you. What?
I'm okay, thank you. It's becoming a really long service game, this one. Do you think that this could be a pivotal moment?
Essentially, it's early on, isn't it? It is early on, but like you mentioned earlier, Dan, you know, I think Callum definitely got the better of the back end of the set, even though he didn't, you know, he didn't take the set. He did really, you know, he came back from, you know, he got one of the breaks back, didn't he? He came back from 5-2 to 5-4 and really stretched his opponents at the back end of the set.
Displaying a little bit of frustration there, Callum. Maybe sensing that there's a chance here to get on top and keep that momentum rolling.
One thing to remember: both these guys have never been in this situation. Semi-final, British Tour, Grade 1, playing for how much money?
£250 and the opportunity for another 500 on top of that.
Exactly. They'll be thinking about these things. Stay in the process.
Yeah, well, £750 will make a real difference to one of these guys, especially
for a young lad. Yeah, definitely. It's probably the most money they've played for at this point in the days. So. Good point.
Let's get your drinks, okay? Yeah. Back to the double.
Just a couple of the members getting quite enthusiastic in the clubhouse about the match there. Might have overheard some of that.
Johnny Russell, Scottish Cup champion.
Yeah, Giffnock player as well.
Legend.
Yeah, support's definitely quieting down a little bit for young McGinn. Another double fault from Clooney. Holly Sheeran Hall did highlight that could be a deciding factor at the very start of this match, that the Clooney second serve can give away a few points in pivotal moments.
Why is that?
I don't know, I think we were talking about the ball toss earlier. But I think as well, like you're saying, just this situation of is going to elicit a little bit of pressure.
Miss versa.
And I think, that might be the difference.
Now? You Callum squeeze a little bit. Come on, step forwards. Don't just bounce around.
I think he's so deeply leaning into that game style of getting in these exchanges that he's quite happy to sit back behind the baseline. You're right, that's maybe an adjustment he might want to make this life a little bit easier for him. But I think he's happy in those exchanges. And there's the break.
If it's a forehand against forehand exchange, there's only one winner.
Yeah, Callum's winning 70-80% of those forehand to forehand.
Break McGinn.
2-love. 2-love.
2-love.
Yeah, just Callum's getting the cap, I think, or changing his cap maybe.
Adjusting.
It was a long game, that one, though. Already 18 points into this set after only 2 games.
Dan, you're looking forward to your doubles after this?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
We spoke a lot though in the last 6 hours, so have you got enough energy left?
Longer than I was expecting. Might quieten me down on court though. That could be helpful for keeping me calm.
That's good for everybody.
Yeah, hopefully after this match concludes, I'll be able to get on, get a quick warm up, and reset ready for the doubles. Hopefully Callum wins this and is in a positive mindset for the challenge that Hamish Stewart and Callum McGinn will pose.
So I've played a lot with Callum McGinn. Would you like any advice, Dan?
I would take any advice that's coming.
We'll speak off camera.
And that looks like the ladies' doubles semi-final has been moved on to court 4. The men's semi-final extended significantly. Or not. No, it's going on court 2. Court 3. Men's doubles match concluding on court there. Who was the winner in that one, Smithy? I couldn't quite see the scoreboard. It looks like they used the far away one.
Sorry, I was in net recovery due to
Adam. Not sure why in that situation Adam would change the pattern to go forehand to forehand. He won the point, but it's a poor decision.
(40-15). This would be a significant hold from Callum to take him at 3-love.
Do we have any stats on first serve percentages?
Unfortunately not. That's not a stat that the chair umpire is currently keeping, but it don't get the sense it's very high. I think either player could run away with this if they were just able to up that percentage of fraction.
Return percentages?
And Adam's been playing under a bit of pressure now from 5-2. From 5-2, he's been up against it, hasn't he? Really, from 5-2. We've had one hold since 5-2 in the second set. I think, if he's not careful, this set could run away really quickly. You kind of see that now. You can see that was a bit of that was probably the loosest game he's played in a while as well.
Yeah, and that was the slice forehand. Yeah. It's a bit of a check out that we felt that we were seeing earlier in the first set, coming back to bite him now. He was a bit more positive. Yeah, he was a bit more positive in those first 7 games of that second set than he's being now, I think, with that forehand. Callum needs to find that forehand with regularity now. Yeah. Try and break him on that side.
Yeah, you don't let him know that you know it's kind of breaking down and you've lost confidence in him.
It's getting really important these guys look back on this video though.
And that's Patrick Young and Cameron Fryer just confirming their place in the final with a victory in the semi on court 3. Congratulations to them.
Two nice boys from the north of Scotland going to County Week next week.
Yeah, potential County Week pairing next week.
Eastbourne, Group 1. Don't think they'll win many matches though.
It's a very Lancs tinted spectacle that's coming from that perspective. Lancs now no longer in the top group. They've fell down the groups, and I believe will be in Group 3 this year.
Obviously, I'm only joking.
So
I was saying, no, look in your singles, played well. I know. Brilliant, really good.
that's Clooney at 40 love here on his serve, hoping to steady the ship. Important game for him to get this one, and it'll do wonders for his confidence winning it comfortably.
Yeah, and that's again, we're talking about match experience there, just from Callum's perspective. They really had him on the rack there, really difficult game for Adam in the previous game. And make him work in that game. He played that game like he thought he had the big buffer that he could kind of almost take a game off Callum, and if you make him work a little bit harder in that game, this match could always be put together now.
Yeah, I think few loose returns there, and could just make it tough, make Adam feel like he's always having to work.
Absolutely.
Because now, door opens.
It starts off a different perspective now, isn't it? This point all of a sudden now, hasn't he?
He kind of recognising that there, Callum, as well. He's lost 5 points in a row. He's created a bit of a situation for himself.
And the lad down the far end, who was confidence looked a little bit battered. 5 minutes ago, now all of a sudden he's got a spring in his step. It's a really big point now. Really important first serve. Yeah.
Great serve.
Important, yeah.
That's where maybe a little bit more craft on the return, taking the chopper grip and pushing it, chipping it in.
From both the lads there, yeah.
Make the return, ask the question.
Again, so much of the sport is recognising what's going on down either end of the court, isn't it? And we've just seen the previous returning game from Callum, not really recognising what was going on, and maybe from Adam in the previous point.
Yeah, I think one area Mark identified potentially as being an area of safety for Clooney against Callum here is to chip it onto the service line. He's struck through the ball almost every shot, other than forehands where he's looked nervous slicing it. It's not been a confident slice. And that's where we're talking about that variety from Adam. If he wants to push on a level, that's where it's got to come. It's when do I slice, why do I slice, and when do I change and play with a bit more shape and a bit more height maybe. And
it doesn't mean a lot of height in this match at all, has it?
No.
Yeah,
it's all been played within a couple feet of the net guard, and I know the court's fast, and I know that a flat strike is helpful, but they're almost so grooved now at that tempo. They need to change the tempo.
You've got to try and open it up. You know, you've got to use a bit of shape, bit of width. You know, you need to shape. You know.
Good serve from McGinn. Two more games with this one, and then the next one. They think they may change the balls.
Yeah, and again, it'll just make the tennis even more high tempo on it, which again I think does slightly favour.
Probably suits Cal.
Yeah.
And I think especially with the lead, if you can maintain that lead to that point, getting more of these kind of exchanges is only going to suit him. That's another ball we could have taken to the forehand. And going to the forehand again here. Yeah, he has.
You're going to back him in that point all day, aren't you? Once he gets control of it like that.
Yeah, he's winning high percentage.
Kind of counter-punching that. The way he's trying to counter-punch, which is he's trying to outstrike someone who essentially strikes the ball a little bit better.
Yep, that's where he needs that shape, Clooney.
Yeah, absolutely.
Callum kind of picking away at the forehand there of Clooney, which I think is absolutely the right play for him. Backhand to backhand, I think it's a 50-50 tussle.
Yeah.
Forehand to forehand, I think Callum's got an 80-20 advantage there, and I'd be leaning into that.
Yeah. This will be interesting now. So, you know, Callum's going to make him play a little bit more. Callum's going to make him play a little bit more than he did in the previous game. He took his last return game off, didn't he? And gave Adam an easy hold. So
last game with the current set of balls as well, so potentially can grab hold of a couple of returns, like 3 points for Clooney on the serve.
How long a break between Callum finishing this match and your doubles then?
I believe we're going to get 30 minutes, but there is a curfew of 10:30 here at the club. Yeah. We might be able to extend that to 11 o'clock, given the circumstances. But yeah, we should be off court by 10:30, and if we start much later than 9:30, we'll be struggling to finish in that time, which would leave Callum returning to finish doubles prior to the singles match tomorrow if he was to get through this. Girl Angeli on court 3, really showing her class at the net before being outdone by a net card.
Yeah, she's the tag.
Quality doubles player on there. And that should prove to be an exciting match with the singles finalist on the opposite side of the net. Probably tired, but obviously been playing good tennis all day, so we'll see how that goes from here. Scoreboard not quite up to date at the moment. 4-1 is the score. Another 3-point perhaps there. Good serve and 40 love Clooney. Heading for another convincing hold here.
Yeah.
There's another missed return in there for Callum, wasn't there?
So new balls due at the end of this game?
I believe so, yeah. Is that another double fault there? Dead net card, gives Clooney the hold. New balls coming in.
Open making the run.
Richard just asking if I think that new balls helps McGinn here. I think this will up the tempo of the rally. I think the higher the tempo of the rally, the more it favours Callum McGinn, especially if he can get it forehand to forehand. I think it also favours the server. And obviously, if there were no breaks from this point, Callum McGinn would win the match. That's not a given, though.
And the fast row as well. It's going to make a huge difference on the fast row.
First point going to McGinn there.
Give it a wee minute, see if it kicks back in.
Up here with serve, new balls, I think helping him with getting a little bit of extra zip through the court on that serve. I know sometimes,
see the difference there, couldn't it?
yeah, just slick off the line there. I know sometimes it can be a challenge holding with the new balls because it's just so fresh and they fly a little bit. But looks like Callum's really well attuned to what's going on out there and straight in with the new balls, serving confidently.
Yeah, he says with a bit of shape as well, doesn't he? So it's, you know, the margin on those serves pretty high.
It's just falling apart for Clooney just now.
Big cheer from the crowd there as well. Maybe a little bit more Callum McGinn support coming out as he now leads 5 games to 2. Clooney will need to hold serve to stay in this match. Crowd at the club absolutely loving the Callum McGinn performance. Everybody on the stream in support of Clooney. A large serfs following there, putting in there "Come on Clooney's" in the chat, which is I'm sure Clooney, if he gets a chance to see that, will be happy to see, because he's not really felt the support of the crowd here. Although a little bit of a Stirling Unique contingent giving him some support when he's done some good stuff with the ball. Do you think that's been a factor today, playing at Giffnock, and the support that Callum's getting?
Obviously, Callum knows the course as well, doesn't he? Yeah, and he's a strong club, so obviously helps, doesn't it? Familiarity.
Do you think that familiarity has been more important than the actual support from the members?
I think the familiarity of the court's important as well, because I think the court's had a massive factor in the way the match has been played. I think both, you know, particularly from Callum, he's really tried to use the court, hasn't he, and hit with it, and kind of almost just rush his opponent that way. Like we talked about earlier on, there hasn't been a lot of variety, has there? It's just been trying to get clean ball striking.
Yeah, and he's confident.
Very narrow as well. The match has been played very tight. There hasn't been a lot of tennis played outside the single sidelines, has it?
No, and yeah, very confident in that ball striking on the courts, because he's played so much tennis on them. He knows exactly how they're going to bounce. Yeah. He knows exactly how they're going to play, and I say as he obviously missed times one into the back fence. But yeah, I think that's certainly the surface and the familiarity with it. He will be lining up and feeling confident swinging away on any of these shots. Is that an ace? Called wide. They have been playing to the call. They have been playing to the calls of the lines team for this match from the start.
That second save you talked about before now.
Yeah, these are the moments where he can't find he misses. Doesn't that time. And again, they're out the forehand corner of Clooney. And it is those ones where he has a little bit more time, where he really does struggle. So that was a bit shorter he found that one tough. And the other one, when Callum can get a little bit more height and shape, which he's not done often enough, I don't think, and push Clooney behind the baseline and give him time on it that way, it's where he can extract more errors. Callum's done well to play the fast ball into that side, but actually I think Clooney's a little bit stronger on that when he's got less time and is just reacting.
There you go. Cappuccino. Cool.
It floats another forehand long.
Definitely seems to be side tightens up on
Yeah, and he's perfectly capable on it at times. You've seen some really good forehands from Adam throughout this match, but
again, all Callum's done in this match is make him play some balls. Play, give him opportunity, which we didn't necessarily see in the last couple of service games.
And that's the chip return we're talking about.
Yeah.
A really good point from Clooney there.
From both lads, really. You know, especially when you consider the score, great point from Adam. You know what I mean? But he was made to play that point. So I wouldn't be too dissatisfied if I was in that situation. If I'm Callum, because he's made his opponent under real pressure. You know, play a top quality point. That's what you want. Make him have to work his way out of this game.
Yeah, this was maybe the game that we were looking for earlier in the set to try and put it to bed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting that performance now from Callum. Another missed first serve. Adam's first serve's definitely not high enough percentage here to get easy holds.
You see the new balls. Previous game, we had a lot of first serves from Callum, got an easy hold. No, Adam has had to work a lot harder. Strange that he elected to go to that side then. I thought he had time maybe to go to the forehand because he had a lot of joy there. Interesting now. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah.
And into the forehand side, gets the support of the crowd. A loud round of applause there as Callum McGinn brings up his first match point.
This is stating the obvious, like, really important here for Adam hasn't found his first serve in this game at all, so really do want that. Callum has one job on his first serve return, it's just to make him work. Yeah, very good return. Yeah, that's the side to go to.
Into that pattern of play.
Really good character there because,
yeah, that's brave that there.
Yeah, it is. And he must, you know, he must have been. He didn't play that shot as tight at all. He meant to be nice and loose to play that shot.
Yeah, he's done really well there, and really well from Callum to again use the slice return to make him play. Hopefully he doesn't lose belief in that pattern of play because he's now lost 2 points in that side in a row doing that. But
I thought it was a great point for both the lads there. Yeah.
I do think that there is fruitful rewards to be found in doing that.
Open the space up. Yeah, you could see there a little bit of Adam's weight on his right hand side because he's
covering that forehand, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Mature from Callum again, second match point.
We talked earlier on, we're starting to see a little bit more tennis getting played now. What I mean by that is, you know, they're starting to think a little bit more as there's a bit more value getting added to the points.
Will he chip the return again, or will he try and hit this one, do you think?
He's got to make him work.
Went to hit it, it's gone long, second serve, and a little bit of a wait for Adam as he moves the ball.
He did shorten things up on that return though, even though one of the serves was out, he did shorten things up a little bit.
Again, brave tennis.
Yeah.
Has struggled to make quality forehands this set, but 2 in a row in the biggest moments.
And now maybe if you can find a way to sneak out of this game now, after saving a couple of match points, can almost be better than having a quick hold.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Will only build his confidence, but he's got to get out of the service game, otherwise the match is over.
So all of a sudden now we're finding first serve, we're finding forehands.
Two first serves in a row.
First couple of really important forehands, couple of really important first serves. A lot of character from the lad there. It's be interesting now.
Yeah, it was a really mature game from both players there.
Yeah, I thought it was a good game. That was probably one of the best games of tennis in the match.
Yeah, probably the best game of tennis from what I've seen in the match. both making slightly more sensible decisions.
Yeah. It's like they could understand the value of the points, so that and that's a massive part of the sport, isn't it? You know, valuing the points. And I think that's what the best players do. Mark asked the question earlier on about differences in levels, and the best players value all the points they play.
Yeah, they don't wait to serve stay in the match to play those kind of games. They play those games from the get-go.
Absolutely.
Yes, they might serve slightly bigger. Yes, they might hit it slightly better off the ground, but the biggest margins are often found in the little decisions.
Yeah. It's just their way of operating.
And Clooney, love 15 here on Callum's serve. That momentum.
Yep. Callum able to completely focus on this point, not focus on his, the fact that he's already had a couple of match points. You know, we've all played tennis, we've all had match points that have run away from us. So let's see. First serve here.
That'll let there.
Must have been there. First, that forehand had to go away. You know, he did a great job getting around it to make that ball a forehand, but he was so far out of court. Love it. Had to go away. It's a great shot.
Where are we at, chaps?
15 all. Callum serving for the match.
Oh, love it. First serving would be nice.
There you go.
Getting to the forehand to forehand pattern, Callum. There we go.
Bit more shape on that one.
Here we go. There we go.
Tough ball to take down the line with two hands there.
Yeah, you need to take that cross court.
It's a tough ball at that stage of the match.
Blow height of the net.
Yeah, moving on to a big step in off his right leg. Very difficult to get that up and down, down the line at that pace.
Even if he makes it down the line, Callum's coming out that corner onto his forehand for the pass. Sensible decisions, maybe just cross anyway.
Cross making it the top, I just think it was just a difficult shot to execute. The best of times.
Long off the net guard, second serve.
Just long slide down the tee. Every single time done to backhand. Got away with it.
Match points.
And brings up another 2 match points. On
Let's go,
serve this
Callum.
time. That's just the unbiased head coach of Giffnock Tennis Club, where Callum plays his tennis, shouting in the background. What can the South of Scotland county captain do to turn this situation around? Do you think he's got a chance here to get into the rally?
Look, I remember so many coaches at 12 years old telling Callum that he had no chance. What a good guy. Here we go.
Game.
Yes! Massive from the youngster.
Oh,
Code violation. Paying the ball out though.
Well, that really warmed up, didn't it, towards the last 3 or 4 games?
Yeah, I got in standard. The best tennis came out at the end, really. Anyway, I better depart. I'll leave you with Mark and Ant to round up the match. I'm off to get warm before I play doubles with Callum. Hopefully he's not too tired.
Get in there, Pedro.
This one? Yeah. You here? Yeah. Okay.
bit there.